Them. Just some of those reactions aren't there. They aren't as quick. They aren't as pristine as they are on maps like Mirage or Ancient for them, right? The decision making takes just a second or two extra, and that puts them, you know, behind the curve really in rounds. So they need to get rolling early. They need to have a strong start, and I think the individuals for the grander picture as well, right? Like we showed what it meant to Aurora with Vacadia stepping up and some of the Voxic moments. You know, they need Senzu. Like they're gonna struggle to win series without Senzu 9-10. We've seen him being able to pop off. The Inferno game against Liquid in Melbourne carried the team single-handedly pretty much to a quarterfinal win. So you need more of that here against Aurora.
I just say one thing to look out for again when we speak about, you know, the Mongols being a little bit more reliant on the individuals and Aurora maybe having that extra layer in terms of team play. Look at how they execute towards the A bomb side. I think Dust 2 is a little bit underrated in terms of the layers you can add with utility, with smokes, with Molotov, especially when you do the classic execute over catwalk. I've seen Mongols be more willing to go into A just on the base of one smoke, one flash, maybe one Molotov, whereas Aurora, it does feel like, you know, if you have the utility, they know how to execute properly. They know how to put 3 Molotovs down on the A bomb side, making it nearly impossible for an Arbor to be anywhere on the bomb side. They know how to flash opponents off angles, etc., etc. So in terms of that extra layer, I think Aurora has a little bit more to offer when it comes to Dust 2. But if you were to rate them against each other and say in terms of individual, in terms of raw firepower, and in terms of being able to maybe thrive under that chaos and thrive with less utility, the Mongols are better suited for that.
Yeah, and for Dallas, it would appear as though we will have some Counter-Strike. Dallas, are you still here with us in the building? Are you really here? I think you're here. Let me get a yeehaw! All right, we'll workshop that.
Alam mo ba na dalawang cake lang nasa laro ka na? Login with Steam at simulan na ang case opening sa Skin Club, ang ultimate CS2 skin case opening platform. With high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals, mas madali nang makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ng Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.
And let's go. Hey.
Highlight.
I agree with that.
That's my 100 years luck.
This against Eternal Fire?
Yeah, it's against Eternal Fire.
What did you feel after you hit that?
Oh, I feel like we win. We already win.
It was
Absolute
right?
cinema.
Versus
Versus GamerLegion. Wow. The cowboy. Mr. 4K.
I think it was really the gun advantage for here.
Yeah, you like the jewelry?
Yes.
Yeah, he's the cowboy of Mongolia.
Of course.
It's first round, very important round. Oh, so good, man. That's it, Kappa. Not the best
Coprager.
Yeah, not the best. Yeah, I guess the Eternal
Yes.
Fire.
Are they easy to play against?
No. Santares, Mr. Santares. Not easy.
Santares big. It was 4 apps, right?
Yeah, for
Yeah, I remember.
Wow. Oh, so good, man. 2v4. Yeah. In this match, Techno, in TeamSpeak, I will defuse. Stay alive, make noise. I will defuse it.
That's the only highlight from this map, I guess. Because I was like only 3 kills in this entire map. Sadly, we lost it.
Yeah. But we managed to win the best of 3.
In-game leaders, top 3. Number 1's obvious, Apex. I think people can say that he just has a very talented team, but when you watch Vitality, he is calling very well, and they are outplaying other teams, so deserves his flowers for sure. Number 2 would be Kixon. I think number 2 would be Kixon. I think he's doing very well with Falcons. They're having good results. And then number 3 would be Chopper. The Spirit are still playing very well. They always play good CS. So yeah, I would put Chopper number 3.
I think obviously Apex has to be there, but I also think Kixon. And then I think the last one, potentially, it could be either Bolan or it could be Chopper. But again, I'm not too sure how good Chopper is when you have Dunk running around with 150 rating. But I'm gonna put Bolan instead of him because I think Mouse is more well organized and they seem more winning as a team.
I think I will put myself up, even though I have really good players. The sure thing is you need to put them together and make it work. So I think for now, on the first part of the season at least, I will be top 1. Top 2, I would give it to Kixon. Top 3, Brolan and Chopper. It's the 2 others. Imagine tomorrow we top 7 in the world at the end of the year, but Zayu has 150 rating. He can be the best player in the world. As IGL, you can't, even though you're really down there. People think you're calling bad because the team play bad. That's always the same. When we play bad, it's my fault. Always my fault. Last year was my fault, and I know it wasn't my fault, for example. So it's just too funny.
So what is it, my son, that is troubling you?
Fear. Father love. I fear for my teammates. Returning to place up. Such misery.
Oops.
Emzinho, that poor boy, still wakes in terror. 910, the way he crumbled, he should rename to 911. I thought we'd have to call an ambulance.
Fear not. The Mongolian resolve is firm.
Yes, Mongolian blood is strong.
Now we're talking.
Things have been better since Kaden got kicked. We even won our first S-tier LAN.
CCT tier.
All is well, except for poor Yapian's town.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They too have suffered.
He was shouting and smashing the walls.
Yapi even comforted us.
So unlucky. Kicks happen every week, and yet somehow they get hit with a nickname.
Unlucky? Father, you think I forgot? I am familiar with your content.
Heroic is sad to announce that Stabby and Jown.
And perhaps it is you who should confess your sins.
Stabby and Jown. Stabby.
There is a little bit of Stabby going on here.
Stabby.
Playing with Symbol, obviously this is an all-in move. It can go both ways. We have been struggling, Symbol has been struggling, but I think in some way 2 perfect storms can meet and create one hell of a ride, and I'm just looking forward to play with them.
Simple, gotta be the MVP, absolutely top of the charts pretty much every single game.
Simple's always been a very mercurial player, and I mean, his personality issues, his issues with teammates have been well documented over the years, but it's always still been worth it because he is considered to be the greatest player of all time. But now, in today's Counter-Strike, after this break, is he still worth it?
From fans to foe, love him or hate him, anticipating the return of a king or preying on his downfall, you'll be watching either way. It's simple. There's no one else like him.
I was gone for almost 2 years, and that's one of the chances that I can't miss. I'm back, and I'm gonna prove that I'm good. It's do or die time.
He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twitch aggressing, they have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! What is his name? Number 1 in the game, he's done it again! Simple just jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down again. What is that? You can't do that, Simple! That's not allowed! This is not FPL! This is a major!
Set. Isang set na ata. 150. 150 nga. Set nga. Set nga talaga. Sa set. 150. Large ka siguro. Intro! 50 seconds of pala. Ano ako dito? Baka need UM. Paano Aurora? Oh, Dust 2. Pinik nila Dust eh. Tapos T-side, ano? T-side Mongols. Let's go Cowboys.
What is Prime Counter-Strike? It's a question whose answer changes as the level rises year over year. And Dallas, we've got a treat for you at this Intel Extreme Masters because there is a team waiting in the wings who's been pushing that level higher than ever before. But today is not about them. Today is not about the favorite, because if we've learned one thing over the last few years here in the K. Bailey Hutchinson Arena, it's the Dallas, you love an underdog, an upset, a Cinderella story like G-Stu.
G-Stu. G-Stu.
Because Dallas, you love a dark horse. And today is all about that, the upset, the unexpected. Today we run these teams and we might just find our next dark horse to bet on. So Dallas, I've got one question for you. Are you with me?
Yes or no?
So, you think you're ready? Are you in your prime? Can you become greatness? Because in Texas, everything is bigger. Bigger pressure, bigger emotions, bigger noise. Bigger beef, bigger flair.
The amount of tracking and reactions, good shot! Oh!
Bigger reactions. The highest stakes. Texas presents a Counter-Strike marathon, a trial of your determination and grit. You best be prepared. Being a Lone Star isn't gonna cut it. Bring your team, bring your prime.
The trophy is a really meaningful thing for us. Not for us, also it's for the whole region. It's a big thing. At that time, they had really good practice and preparations for against us. This time will be different now. We just want to prove we can play good at playoff and we can win this tournament.
Goals. Aurora.
They're a really good opponent, and they are really play game style is different. They're playing like a bit 3D Max that we don't like too much. But of course, if you want to go to the final, you need to beat every opponent. There is like choo-choo for the trophy, I think. So I think we will make it one day, but I don't know, is it this tournament or maybe major?
It's far from the first rodeo for this young team, but are these horsemen ready to finally seize the reins? Make some noise for the Mongols!
Blitz. Nag-upper ba si Blitz? Dito mag-upper yun eh. Oo, nag-upper na siya ngayon. Mga satan siya nag-upper eh. Pwede, revenge. Rematch lang to eh.
These Globetrotters will travel any distance to push their ceiling that much higher. Will they take a step towards that trophy today? Put your hands together for Aurora!
Aurora!
Victory, defeat, upset, domination. The story of these playoffs is written here and now. So Dallas, let me hear you. Dallas, let's get loud!
Aurora. Whoa.
Well, here we go. We finally got a stage set. We finally got some teams ready to play the damn game. Would you believe it? Dallas, Texas, gonna be where we're kicking off this quarterfinal matchup. And of course, on both sides of this coin, two ferocious battles looking to happen.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of players and a lot of playmakers on the server tonight. We speak about a game that is heavily contested to be one that relies a lot on the individuals, and you have some of those individuals showing up on your screen right now. Major, obviously the big brain of Aurora. I hope his preparation are done well, because Mongols will come at you with everything they got.
And there's been enough talking. Right now, it's time to prove it. Now it's time to prove it on the server for both of these teams. You know, going into the major, you want to get as much confidence as humanly possible. I'm sure Mongols will be out to get revenge for Astana, but Aurora, have they turned a corner? Right, Xantar is the highest-rated player for them so far in the tournament. Can they keep that up on the stage?
Yeah, you look for some of these question marks here for both of these teams. You were talking about it, Jacob, just how important it is to get in here and make a statement in this game. Yeah, you're right. You've got Mal's on the other side of this, but winning here is a big step in the right direction for either of these teams.
It's a massive step in the right direction. And I do gotta say it, when Yanko is saying with Santaris, I think if you were to look at these two rosters, the only world-class Counter-Strike player taking on the server, the only one you can put in that category when he's on fire would be Santaris. Now, Messinho, a young gun that has been stepping it up lately, still getting better and better, maybe a little bit too inconsistent consistent, but if he's hitting today, Janko, he can do a lot of damage.
Absolutely, their most consistent player, and both of these guys, 910 and Voxic, can have a field day today. It almost feels like whichever Opera has a better series, their team will come out on top.
Which begs the question, gentlemen, where are you laying your hat on this one? Are you looking at Aurora or are you looking at the Mongols?
Oh, I think that's a very good question. I see it as a very tight matchup. I see it as a very close matchup. I know the last 2 times they faced off in a quarterfinal, it's been a 2-0. I think we need all 3 maps. I think we need Nuke, and I think Aurora will make it happen.
I think Aurora got revenge for Katowice in Astana. I think in Dallas, Mongols get revenge for Astana. I think they're going to come out on top here and face Maus in the semifinal.
Yeah, and Janko, Jacob, thank you very much. Dallas, I know you're ready for some Counter-Strike. You've been sitting here for a couple minutes. Let me hear you make a little bit of noise. Let's do the damn thing. It's a quarterfinal. Mongols, Aurora, Dust 2. Let's get it on.
Dust 2 the first for us here in Dallas. Very intrigued to see whether or not we get to get a full ball terror 3-map affair, whether or not it's going to be a very clear, stompy, it's like an Astana reference there by the analyst desk.
Yeah, no clear favorite. 8 from 8 in playoffs this year for out of Aurora, Bounty, Katowice, Cluj, EPL, Lisbon, Bucharest, Astana, and now Dallas. Mongols have dipped their toe in the water back and forth. Looking for consistent form, looking for some breakthroughs on the stage with the major right around the corner. The culmination, the first half of 2025.
Now is the time, though. Now is the time where you enter into playoff mode. You get yourself to peak form ahead of the end of the season, ahead of the major. An important playoff run, and one of them, their journey ends right here and now. We start off the playoffs, Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Let's get this party started.
Aurora changing things up in the veto. Maneuvers in the last 2 outings this time. Kicking things off on Dust 2. Katara is always starting mid on these CT pistols for the Turks. It's going to be a slow crawl from the Mongols, 3 through.
They're not in any hurry here, Mongols. Still got that util on Blitz, and they actually get delivered a headshot there. Zantara brought down by the P250.
He had to bait the steps in low up. Zantara starts to edge forward for that fight, and 910 will rip his head off. It to be set up now.
Yeah, Mukadia is going to be completely isolated here. He realizes it kind of rests on him being a little proactive. He hears them encroaching. There's util sailing through, but he has kicked up a bit of a fuss. Just the one. Damage onto Mzinho when the bomb is planted B. Jota might have some friction here with Blitz top mid. So far away, though. Might just be wanting to preserve your Kevlar at this point. Pick off onto Blitz. Maybe that changes their mind. Woxic is starting to maneuver forward. But no, it does look like Kevlar is the priority here. 910 delivers, and I did like the framing. Just for my little brain, it was nice and simple from Janko, just saying, you know, whoever Zorpa plays better today might have the edge.
We saw 910 have a dominant performance on Dust 2 in the group stage.
Yes, we did.
But it's Woxic, the individual who we've seen do wonders in the bright lights. This is a long time ago, going back to the Maus days when he was alongside a Carrigan, Robs, Chris J.
Yeah.
He was always very explosive, but it's been a long time between then and now. Here's the opening kill, and the one that really started, essentially finished things off, because an easy mid to beat into just one player of Wakadia on the site. And that's going to be the force from Aurora. 2 scouts, 2 MP9s of FAMAS. Indoors will be smoke. Wakadia won't have vision, and no HE available to try and break this one open. Peppering away, and he's the one who's going to cop some bullets through. So the Mongols quite easily are going to garner all of this mid space. to join them through lower tunnels. Mazinho back can't to deal with any of these long pushes. They're going to garner the short control very easily. And, well, that was a chance for Wakadia. Bullet goes astray.
Yeah, you won't get many more of those opportunities, but he thrives on the next peak.
If he can get to A, this is going to be very, very good. He can have 2 scouts to deal with them as they're crossing out bridge.
Oh, and Zinho is going to be kicking himself. Losing the opening pick-off here in Aurora's second round forced buy. That pistol could mean nothing.
No smokes.
If Aurora can get themselves a solid round here. Looking to defend the A-take and already picked off his Woxic. Clearing out Techno level. Lovely double with Cardia. He swaps out with another bit of damage. The scout bullet did connect. Not an easy one for Jota and Xantares though.
Jota and Spawn feels like he's pinned for now. If Xantares can find anything to turn this into a 2v2, Jota's going to creep on up. Xantares late cat.
Yeah, that smoke's not going to last forever. It fades now. That's an important duel. Jota caught crouching, and now Xantares even less of a chance. MP9 at range. He does very well to dispatch of 910 completely
that's
clean.
a gun to save. You're not giving this one a go. Bomb's already halfway gone. Just going to hold on to that AK. That's a great weapon for the Turkish Terminator. He's going to be able to use this into the next.
Sabers.
I think Blitz is going to be able to remove it as he's dipped in towards lower tunnels. So even though they don't convert the round, it's still an AK brought through with armor. It will have to be the eco short. But opportunities to do damage.
Important from Techno, all right? I mean, you lose that opening pick-off. Mazinho dives to that Wakadia scout, and you still commit to the site. You needed a player like Techno just to step up and stop that from spiraling out of control.
Yeah, this is the time of the round for the Mongols where they need to keep a whole lot more bodies alive going forward into the first rifle. But the fact this is the 3rd outing between these 2 teams in 2025, and all of them have been in playoffs, both of these teams could be labeled as playoff gatekeepers. Well, that's a great shot on reflection. Now, you don't see them doing their best work in these environments. Somebody like the Mongols has been eliminated from playoff appearances by Vitality, best team of the year. Xantares, right place, right time, wrong result. Let's still get the better of him as Woxic does scavenge back that AK, so we know which way this round is likely to go.
We certainly do.
If he gets an opener, then maybe a conversation could be open with the 5.7s in the mix, but Wakadia is going to be gifted that by Woxic.
Yeah, only one with Kevlar outside of Xantares, so he's equipped with the AK, but feels like it's going to be a nice, simple finish for Mongols. I mean, you were spotted multiple bodies long, right? You heard like a cacophony of AK-47 bullets spamming through that corner smoke. Now Jota's going to go and lock the door behind them. Oh, you know their setup. It is inspired.
Answer pata si Jota.
Oh, Mazinho that works it out just in time. There were ideas there. There were ideas.
Readable.
They just get ripped up, thrown in the bin.
That's crazy, right? They're crossing behind the smoke as it's fading to take the jewels. The last thing you want is the pistols pushing through the flash. Well, apparently Cash is coming back. Maybe that's going to be the return of North American CS.
Have you not noticed how excited the Americans are?
Ah, makes sense.
It's because Cash is back, and I guess they get to watch some pro CS.
Well, next month, the Counter-Strike to round out the year is going to be all going down in Texas. Next up, Austin. Right now in this one, the rifles are out. AWP for Woxic, and over towards B for a pounce. Woxic's AWP is in place. Flashes have to be perfect. If they swing it, he should be good for the first.
Yeah, should have this one locked in for that opening pick-off, unless you got perfect utility here. He's got vision. Does he have an early
Blitz is walking through mid door.
Yes, he does. Woxic gets his pick off. There's Blitz's back turn from a car. Spotless. Absolutely flawless. There's a little change up from 910, but the round is theirs. Aurora, weather the storm of the B-hit test.
Now, the fact they kept all 5 alive in the previous Mongols means that they will have a residual buy to deal with. They contact into B, they just get blown out of the water. Blitz trying to walk through the mid doors and subvert the expectation, gets caught as well.
Go 910.
We've had some huge performances from the individuals of the Mongols throughout that group stage run. It was easy for them to get to the playoffs. Obviously, the seeding game against Vitality was something that actually could have come the close of Vitality's run. Couldn't get it across the line. Now 910 gets Zorp as well. Blitz so confident, just charges straight down the guts of middle, already working on this short space. This is so early within the rounds, and the reason that's important is it puts so much stress on the A defense. They're going to have to drop you. Mid-door push, what is this?
Sensu's not ready for that. Oh, Wakadia's got some balls.
I think Wakadia and Jota, they're my X-Factor players for Aurora, especially once it gets in the more tense environments. I think Xantares and Woxic are obviously great, but the next generation of Turkish talent, that's for me what this new roster is really bringing to the table in 2025.
I mean, that is pure initiative, and that is just such a disruptive force. Vicaria just has a little premonition, pushes up, and picks off Senzu.
Those are the risks that you want to be seeing players take. They take it in the comfort of an online match or something at home, but in a group stage, maybe. Now it's an arena game, and this is where you need to find your stage legs for either of these teams. Working on the mid to B now.
And Tares, they have to get past. He will be smoked off. How does he approach this? Incendiary.
Slipstream to.
Blitz ready. It's that equalizing shot. Now Maja should have a free one here in the side of their head. So trades Blitz. Maja gets away with the intel. Pressure from lower. They're accelerating towards him, but he's got another. A monstrous 4K to finish what Vicaria started. The captain from Aurora delivers.
And he's the man on the stage who's been doing this for the absolute longest. You go back to his time in 1.6 within the French scene. Now he finds himself done in the Turkish flag in the Hometown Heroes. And you might even get a glance of Xantares' face on the replay. The superstar was happy with what the old man was delivering, the in-game leader. Humbles the Mongols, when a player like Xantares is enjoying that, the A4 unleashes in a wink.
Oh, yo,
A4 is back.
Yeah, that's gangster.
Well, double AWPs. So Aurora going to bring this forward up against the Eco. Getting that opening incision is going to lighten the load, really. This is part of the game plan early, these barbs, especially if a team who wants to play quite individual heavy. No dramas, just an eco bash.
Just making sure you had support. Don't want to see an AWP run down by Tech9's nightmare fuel for any sniper.
But having double AWPs against a team that likes to be individual, or let's just say more aim-based, right, wants to take the fights, that's going to, first of all, allow you just to post up on lines, and then second, have your riflers hold on to more utility to block key choke points later in the round. So we'll see how this double AWP setup unfolds once we get the rifles back in the hands of the Mongols.
This one's going to be leisurely. Just hoping for Deagle headshots or something. But 5 alive.
Yeah, both teams going spotless against the full ecos that the other have dished out so far. But we're 6 rounds deep, about to get into 7. Blitz is invested with the Mac 10, Alex. Gonna have to take a look at his spawn. It is over towards B. So does this inspire some form of aggression? His teammates all have spawns over towards long, however. So I'd be surprised to see them head over towards B, considering the circumstances of this. Moxic with a good spawn to start long. He can pick with the AWP as Totem Boost lined up middle. 4A start for Aurora to lock down long and also have short presence.
Vicaria takes his posts up for an early fight towards suicide, and yeah, it is occupied. 9-10 not going to go down, and it's actually Maja. Fourth position on long with an opening kill. Oh, he's in trouble there, feeling the scrutiny. Vicaria crouched, staring at the floorboards, will recede. He gets away with his life.
One of the little unfortunate factors for Blitz going into this with the Mac 10 is everybody has head armor on the Aurora side, so we'll have to see what type of jewel he gets given. I think he's going to be heading to pick up the rifle that Mazinho dropped.
We get another whopping head-to-head. 9-10 whistles one past the ear of Vicaria. Vice versa. Short now theirs.
With the current split of players for the Mongols, it does look like short presence into a B split or B pop. Jodo and Vicaria to lock this down. Perfect time on the block, 50 seconds. Lurk smoke lands. Jodo's going to play close to this. Stuff him in the choke point.
Yeah, this is exactly what he's waiting for. Techno walks out.
Nice one, Techno. Okay, nag-miss si Wikeja. Hindi pala.
To Vicaria to keep this going and flowing.
No!
And
Tenzu 4K.
Vicaria still alive as Senzu's getting run downs, and Tares puts a cherry on it. Solid start for Vicaria's Dust 2 here. This is a good sign of things to come for Aurora.
There's a clear difference between these two teams in round wins, and it's going to be the energy that you see expelled. Aurora, if you go back to the match that they played against Heroic, damn, it got loud, right? I'm talking the second affair, the revenge, the rematch after the jet lag once they've been able to settle into the Dallas time zone from Astana. And Astana is where they're able to pick up their first arena wins of the year. 8 from 8 playoffs, but as far as the arena events went, they had been blanked in that department. Is that the first step, and has it come at the right time? You head over to Dallas, this is where you're going to be for the remainder of the season. You've got Austin coming up next.
Certainly sounds like you're starting to, reach your power level at the optimal moment. A tournament like this, you start picking up playoff wins. It's going to feel like hard work is paying off, and at the right time in the season.
Yeah, Madge is always very leveled in his interviews. You heard from him post-game saying, yes, step by step with Freya. It's going to be an AK brought forward by Blitz. Now, he was such a factor when you look at that Vitality game. The leader was having massive moments.
Ooh.
He's gone out mid to B in a couple of these key rounds. Has not been able to find a frag to deal with the rotation. Right now, he's taken it on himself to try and pry away in with the AK-47. A little bit of util to work with. Congregator back cat. His double AWP still in play. They're going to trundle up noisily. They've done a good job dealing with the mid to B so far, other than the pistol round is going to force Mongols to look elsewhere.
Just look how many nades they've got, Chad.
Exactly, right? This is what the double AWPs is going to facilitate, and the fact that you know you're up against a lighter investment, you don't want to get popped upon. So you want to lock down the extremities first. You're going to give them this space because you're not expecting a full buy. This is where Blitz getting an opening kill is actually hugely important to try and establish the dominoes falling. Now back towards B they head. They have a smoke and a flash for this. It's Jota and Wakadia once more. They continue to test this side of the map.
Yeah, that's the last of their smokes, so fight is imminent.
Flash. Flash.
Waiting for the cue. Flashes will be thrown. Jota, how do you handle this? He commits to the spam, does deliver multitudes, double, make it a locked out round. No chance of a plant now, only 9-10. Not a single frag to boast in this one from the Mongols. 9-10 at least brings one down, but big smiles on Aurora's face. You test, once again, you test Jota's side of the map, and he's going to leave with 4.
It's been a nice spree of opening kills for Aurora in the sprint to get themselves up to this 5-3 scoreline now. That's 5 on the trot. And that's something that the Mongols will need to change. Now, are you going to be able to change that with pace? Are you going to be able to use some of these long spawns that you're able to get to tussle towards long? And is that going to be red? Is going to be another 4-player start A for Aurora. So they're playing to make sure that long can't be exploited. Molly's towards blue bin, the smoke comes in, the HE's there as well to slow this perfect. It's exactly what you want to see to garner this long control. That util, Mazinho reporting back to the boss man. Heard 3 nades long, they started heavy. Again, trying to get this space. If a team's going to start heavy long, you want to take short off of them ASAP.
Gets up. Held by that Bacardi Aurora. You'll need a good flash from your teammate to get him off of the line.
They're looking to harass the short control. You can tell with the bait switch set up for Wakadia and Santares.
Yeah, he's going to be Wakadia will be forced away. Interesting, they actually elect to use that as an invitation to block. 58 left for the T side to find the finish.
This time it's Woxix AWP on B alongside of Jota. Mazinho has to stay caring about long because of those Madja pushes earlier in the piece, so the tendencies forcing the extremities to stay on their toes. Zantares looks like he wants to fight this one. Madja over towards Goose with a flash in hand. And Zantares is just in this weird off angle if they come up short.
Feels like it's an angle that he's going to thrive within as well, just slightly overlooked. First bullet accuracy, 25, dude. You've got to move now. Zantares prepares himself for one hell of a spray. The whole team just about to peek into his deadly crosshair. First is clean. Can't build a second cleanly. Gets out of the spray. Brought down by Mazinho. There's the Bacardi Aurora, but Madja, the unknown entity, comes swinging on out for 1.5.
Yung time, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, you can see that twofold there. If they do come out dry, you have a player with the aim like Zantares to rip off ahead, and if they drop the smokes, he actually is in a really quick position to get a jump on them. Concerning, this is the second tactical timeout call for the Mongols already. Mara playing a key point within this team. Always seems to get a lot of respect from his players, and I'm sure he's had a couple of nightmares after that Vitality loss. Sure, it was only a seeding game, but that could be a confidence unlocking matchup. So not getting into the side, not getting the bomb down, and that has been the story of this spree. Now 6 consecutive, and if you just take a look at the fact the bomb doesn't get planted, that's one key element, but the lack of kills across this 6-round spread, that's the most concerning part. The Mongols haven't been competitive in any of these rounds. The most kills they've gotten is 2. So not even making a dent, and again, the opening kills yet to come their way.
Yeah, look what they're working with as a product of that. Not pretty. Mazinho, he's got a lot to deal with if he goes a little further. Voids the brunt of the HE. He's having a look. He asks questions, spots out one.
Oh, that's just a spam straight through the smoke. Techno, he's got so much space. They started 4A again.
He's picked off Wakadia on that spam, and
Oh,
that's
nakita.
important.
Whoa!
Techno!
Go B!
Perfection!
Go B! Go A! Anywhere!
Change it up.
Plant na lang
That's
sa
the kills
city!
that have been so sorely lacking in the last 6.
Wala lang.
That's just unfortunate, isn't it? That B defense gets picked apart. Now Manager at range is going to burst away. We'll take down Blitz, but they know exactly where he is. They're juggling guns. They've got more than they know what to do with. Manager tucked in towards Pip. They're just going to lock him in. Techno make sure he can't get out along. The other two now noted. And
Mongols, 1.5. Minus.
Saw some nice aim for you earlier in the piece, but this one's going to be tough.
Oh, and the scout very well suited to the task. They'll be bringing through a couple of upgrades.
I'm not sure why 910 wasn't able to get his hands on anything better than a scout there, but it's all good in the hood. So that round is all on Techno, and he can have some rougher moments, be towards the bottom of the scoreboard, but this is pure impact. Okay. So it's not just a stand. Catches him back at platform, tracks Wakadia, and even able to dodge the shots to kill the second. Aurora have started 4A in quite a few of these occasions. They can't do it again because of that hemorrhage point.
Good shoot. Nice.
Cardia's close middle again. Does he just try and walk through the mid-door smoke on it? Timing and catch Senzu off guard once more.
So that's one of those moves you're probably not going for all too often.
They want to clamp down on middle. They want to fight for this. There's 2 players on shore.
Yeah, Woxic's going to be forced back by the flame, but Zantara's is ahead of that.
Oh my god!
Overlooked. That was the bomb carrier. Now burns away all the way down to 20, but with his life.
Mawala yung smoke.
Walking through
Push.
smokes. Yeah, looks like Techno's going to punish on the
Push
reload.
na
He does take
reload.
that space, runs him down.
Oh my god, mamatay pa!
It's a good move. Just the aim's not there.
Would have liked that one. Felt like that was compulsory.
Techno rush K.
Mighty Magic get cheeky with a bit of a long push. Joda's taking up a tunnel, so might not feel too necessary because information will be flowing. Now blocking towards short where the threat feels like it's coming through, and towards lower. If Senzu goes down, that'll be the bomb.
If Jota over pushes though, that will be the B side.
Parang ano ah. Ginagawa nilang BP ah.
This could really turn the round around.
910 has rotations.
Era.
To get past this orb.
Pag namatay ka pa dyan, 910.
Absolutely none of it. From
Magiging
behind,
9-11 ka talaga.
to strike. He's going all the way around.
Oy, buti na lang oh.
Having a field day.
The 4K hours.
Rotations held. Senzu.
910, the 4,000 hours.
Of Aurora to rotate. Now Madra arriving. Perhaps undetected. Yeah, 910. He might get a bit of a jump scare here.
No scope. Jump scare.
Hello. Oh, no. 910's finished it as well.
I think he did get the jump scare there with that reaction. He's hard.
Hits the no-scope.
Oh, well, now we find ourselves final round, first half. Still money there for Aurora, thanks to that spree. The 4K hours. Goals. Looking to bookend this thing. 3 out the gates with the pistol and the conversions.
Ace?
Now 3 hard 4-4 rifle rounds. Senzu with the bailout kill gets them back in. 910 patrolling the rotations. And this one right here.
Jump scare. Jump scare talaga.
Back in it now.
Yeah, some and backed by individuals there.
Double AWPs to be equipped once more from Aurora. Faber on the mic for the final rounds of the first half before they head into the break. They would love to flow with that confidence of 7. This is their map choice. Mirage up next. Nuke is the third and decided if we need to get there for the first quarterfinal of the day. And some Aurora fans in the house. More limited in this one, Aurora. They don't have full util. There are kits. There should be enough nades to get the openings they're looking for.
Double up pa yun, Blitz. Okay. Nakuha lang ata yung isa. Double up versus double up. Sino kayang mananalang double up? Up! Lugi ka dyan, 910! Lugi ka dyan! Oh my god!
Perfect opening. Faber going to be happy with what he's seen. Off the back of his timeout, his team have managed to manufacture an opening for their defense. Final round.
Yeah, the 9th of the 12 available within the half, so that's a very good stat line for Aurora. Again, they think the mid to B is the best port to call. Make that AWP claustrophobic on the side, but you need to get past it. They push back short, they smoke mid to B, Senzu's out. Waiting for some form of an investigation, but Aurora have the man advantage. They don't have to move.
A replenish of the CT smoke. Will that be their go sign? They're running light on time now. We will have to see a commitment soon. And a barrage of flashbangs going to imply it's coming his way. Jota and McCarty to be tested. How do they lend a hand from CT? Okay, Senzu and Techno have hit their shots. Jota sticking around. They are committing into the site. Helped by McCarty as well.
Aray ko, naipit pa sila.
This round off with a
Sila pa yung
now
naipit.
contributes a second. 20 seconds, bomb on the back of Senzu outside of B, but Blitz can't lend a hand. Jota chips in from window, and they're just kept at bay. Aurora, that's their half. They'll be proud of that one. 7 after going 3-0 down to start. Mongols trailing by 2.
Science. Science naman. Science naman. Ge. Good. Nice. Ganyan. Let's go, Mongols. Yan, ganyan dapat. Mongols lang na Mongols. Hi. Break time. Break time. Boy. Ano tayo dyan? Try ko nga mag-ano. Ikan natin. Ano lang guys, 1 minute 30 seconds. Buno tayo ng ano, buno tayo sa ano, skin club. Patay ng isang Mongols. Mongols. Saan yung Mongols? Mongols. Yung Mongols dito eh. Mongols. Fatality yan eh. Ayun. Eh, mahal pala na ito. 13. Okay, isa. Asi lang. Makukuha natin. Uy, Asimov, pwede na. AK na Asimov, 62. Yay! Asimov, AK. Naku ako. Mongols na ano? Sa Mongols na case. Woohoo! Anis. Okay na. Minimal wear. Anong okay? Anong okay? Ha? Hotdog. Yun na. Oh.
Round 3 in 2025. It's another quarter final. Katowice, Astana, and now Dallas. This time it's
60.
Dust2, the pick from the Turks. And they find themselves up 7-5 on the half.
60.
Previous head-to-heads, Mongols got 60. The best of them back in Kato. Aurora over 62. The top of them in Astana, who will be booking themselves a spot in the semi-final against Mouse here in Dallas.
Sarap.
Oh wow, we got some aggression right out of the gate. 9-10 puts Woxic to sleep. Walking straight up mid. Blitz. Oh, absent overextension. He sticks around a bit longer than he should have, but he'll get out with that advantage thanks to 9-10
Pwede na i-end live.
Very confident maneuver.
Yeah, he's found the opening kills on both of the pistol rounds so far. Has 9-10. One on Zentaris, now one onto Woxic.
He's figured it out. If you get the first kill, the pistols are easier.
And that's something they struggled with within the first half of play.
True.
Ay, Asimov lang. Saka lang.
Finish with Wakadia late long.
Boss map,
Right,
please.
has
May
9-10's
maps na yan.
tracking. Jota drops in and he does go down.
As- ano mo lang?
9-10. Very comfortable on that USP. Tracks
Exclamation
out Jota
point
dropping
maps. Meron
CT.
dyan. Dust 2, Mirage, Nuke.
Limited on ammo, but not in his contributions. Lovely start for the CT side. And Wakadia not really equipped with the health necessary.
Has been having a good map though, 16 and 8 so far.
Yeah, look good on CT. Nice chicken.
Nice! Nice chicken though, nice chicken.
It's eagle for Wakadia.
Nalagay
The
sa ano niya.
rest will take it eco, but this is
DHL
audacious,
na,
isn't it? From
na
9-10,
banner.
just roaming up middle.
Nice.
The AWP for the
Ano ba ibang
Mongols
term ng
just strides
chicken?
on in and takes names.
You know, I know Woxic a little bit firsthand, and I think that's a frustrating death.
Oh, for sure.
Kasi mahawak ng babae pa.
Choice words for his opponent. Oh, he's pushing me, has he?
Pero nakalagay doon, nice
Pretty
na
much
word,
a casual
tapos
server
chicken
right
up
now.
drawing.
But, Mongols, the recipe for success is both pistol rounds. Gonna need a couple of the conversions, and they should get an opportunity to get this second one relatively easily, unless Wakadia has something to say about it. Senzu, bullet between the eyes.
Damn, going for 4 M4s. Blitz so much so he's got no armor behind that.
So
That's some confidence.
Well, this is one of the things, right? So you know that the bomb
Senzu.
didn't go down, so the
One more
force fire is
Senzu.
very unlikely.
Op.
If you bought in
Kita yung ulo mo!
heavy SMGs in a round like this, or let's say you split it like 2-3, either way, it also has to do with how much damage you took. Oh, look, Blitz doesn't even have Kevlar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, how much damage you took on the pistol, can you rebuy it easily? Cheeky from Blitz, but it means you're going to be, as long as nobody dies, better equipped for the first rifle round.
Yeah, you don't have those like 2 lingering MP9s.
Yeah, it's that quote-unquote bonus, which doesn't even really feel like a bonus like it did in the olden days.
Blitz is even not playing scared as well, with no Kev. He's just, I'm going to shoot you first. Confidence, I like it.
Okay, well, into the rifle rounds now, all tied up 7 apiece. It's the strong starts in the halves that have gotten Mongols to this point.
Okay. Someone needs to tell Blitz he hasn't got Kevlar. I think he forgot. He has not bought Kevlar. Okay.
Let's see how long he can last, shall we?
I thought it was
They're
all like
going long for a brawl, Alex.
chest. Yeah, okay. Well, Blitz is here. Let's see how it goes. His teammate should be dead.
Wala si Wakadia.
Alive. Somehow gets away.
Parang sila buhay.
Points of
Oh my God.
Mazinho just peppering through
Nade,
the
nade,
smoke.
wala yung nade.
Chaos on long. A bit more damage chips away at Wakadia.
Walang mga nade.
Oh, it's all hanging in the balance of this
Take
duel.
na may nade,
Spammed away by
kaso.
Zentaris. 9-10 next
Sa
up.
kabila na sabi.
Goes down. Blitz the third to fall.
Sabi, patitigay ah.
Round defining and just an all-out brawl on long.
Now look at that cash utility that's in City Spawn that they were hoping to deal with, either for the mid to Bs
triple
or the
lead
long
pala
cross breaks, but right now with the
Ay, okay yung strat ah.
This
Wait
is going to be
lang.
hard for the Mongols to piece
May
together
triple
now.
nade pa si Tekno.
Tekno did have a heroic moment late within the piece to put some rounds back on the board after the spree of 6.
Magugulat to, may triple
Feels
nade pa.
impossible. I think one of the factors working for them is the lack of utility. They've left an extra smoke over towards long for Woxic to work with.
Yun lang.
To back pedal. Now if they do heading towards the upper tunnels, there's a lot of
Yun
conversation
lang,
about
ikot pa
Senzu
lang,
playoff
B.
games not being the player that he is in the
juggling mo
groups.
ulit,
Right
ulit
now
dun.
would be a moment to announce his presence.
You're absolutely right, it would.
Sumisigaw, go
Now
B.
they try and sell that they're committing A. Woxic spotted and fired off a shot. Senzu's tension drawn as they walk towards the other side of the map. Senzu understandably reacts to that sound cue of Woxic with the smoke. But it does leave the B side wide open, so not going to be able to catch that kind of fast backstab that was perhaps on the table.
Now you think you have to save. Trying to retake this B bomb site, not going to be easy, especially now that Tekno's been chipped down to 30 points of health.
Save mo na EK. Ay, M4 pala.
And Woxic may not get the luxury.
Uy,
Brought
may
down by
EK pa,
Senzu.
thank you.
Nice upgrade. I think Senzu brings the AK instead.
Okay, so 1400 coming into the next round. Senzu
Oh,
and
yun.
Tekno would be able to drop.
Panalo dapat Mongols kung nag-A yung
And there should be enough for
yung Aurora.
Zinho to potentially buy himself here, as long as they don't give anything else away. Senzu
Yung
might
triple
very
nade
well,
lang
quite
yung
noisy with the AK
side
in hand, and gets the better of Madja. Okay, add
May
another one to
double
the
AK,
tally.
oh.
That's damage done. Rebuys that are going to be required for Aurora, but they will
Double
take
AK.
back the lead. And talked about this within the first half. In my mind, there's no clear favorite between these two teams.
Juggling.
They both exist in the exact same point in Counter-Strike at the moment. National squads, very talented individuals, Sure, maybe different approaches to the game, but high output. And we're used to seeing their faces in playoffs in 2025, especially that of Aurora. Can't be understated. 8 from 8. They've only attended 8, so...
Sa Dallas.
Nineteen gets his AWP. That one's going to be dropped across. Long again. Really want to pressure this. So many bodies.
Tara's first man out. Clearly escorts Techno down. Madge are the one to finish the job. Blitz and Mazinho, are you backing away? Looks like that's the response. Upon losing an early casualty, you concede long.
It kind of feels like you need to have that fourth man there or that first kill to go your way. So Mongols on the back foot, and they haven't actually taken any space off the rest of the map. Haven't pushed tunnels. They're not up middle. For the tag onto the AWP as well.
Done very well there, Woxig. Just a scout, and he's making it work. The boost works out for Zentares. There's Woxig finishing the job. And after all of that goes down, they still pivot. He's calling a very diligent game here. He's not messing around.
Yeah, might just have to be another save. Long has been such a weak point. You have two choices, the Mongols, once you get the rifles back out. Do we start playing heavier over towards Long? Do we forego it all together? Or do you call the bluff and just play a standard round, expecting Magic to start calling something a little bit different? Maybe we'll see the final timeout burnt as Mazinho goes looking, gets caught by timing here. Fortunately, in transition, but once he hits the deck, Woxig sends him 6 feet lower. It's just going to be Senzu to try and save the AWP. He's boxed in, can't exit through Long, and the hunt looks like it's going to start heading through CT spawn as well. So Senzu will do very well to hold on to this. Next round is only going to be the 1900 loss bonus. It's important he keeps this, or Mongols will have nothing to work with.
Mongols pa more.
Trying to stay active, and a missed shot. Can't afford to miss another. So takes away one.
He wins this fight, he's out.
Yeah, Woxig kind of locking the door here.
Bullet ka na lang.
Much pressure, and there it goes. The AWP denied. Aurora 9, Mongols 7, first map of this quarterfinal.
Okay, chance to put it up to double digits now for the Turkish side. Again, the pistol's not going in their favor, but looking better in the rifle rounds, that has not been a question. You get this kill as Zentares, very well done, and then you love the fact that Woxig finds the immediate trade. That's a feel-good moment if you're Zentares. That's how you want that situation to unfold. One spotted crossing. There'll be more.
Wow. Zinho has actually maintained long control with just a USB.
Rung his bell there. Joda put on notice. It's hard to see this one go wrong for Aurora when it is really just the investment of the Deagle for Blitz. He's trying to make good on that earlier dink. Searching out that of Joda tucked behind the car. Send the Lemmings in first to find the trade.
Oh,
Mazinho
TK. Kill as well.
Minus 300 ka pa bigla, Mazinho.
Yeah, after getting dinked early, walks away with the lion's share of kills within the round, and there you go. Double digits confirmed. The easy rounds converted, and that's what this is all about for Aurora. There's that third tactical timeout that was discussed. Mara, last opportunity to take this. Faber can still help him out down the stretch if this gets close. The coach on the other side will be very content with how this is unfolding. And like I said, maybe they're getting a bit jaded with Anubis. That was their crown jewel to start the year. Hard to keep that at the top of the map, but when you're playing it so often and teams are working out how to counter. Mara with a lot to say in this one. Directly to Mazinho. He's taken over the mantle, sitting in the middle. Again, he's having to operate with a poor MP9. 9-10 with the AWP, rifles for everybody else. Kit in play. But remember, all the long abuse. Do the Mongols play heavy long? Do they call the bluff? Do they not expect another long spawn? Well, we can see it won't be a long play, at least not out the gates.
leg shot sends you down to just 19 points of health. And look at Blitz cooking. Straight into lower, throwing nades, making no secret of his presence. And they're pushing through upper as well. This is a lot for Bacardi to handle. He'll go down to Blitz, but Zantares keeps Aurora in it to win it. Blitz swung on. You bring down Zantares, but the numbers still favor the Turkish side. Into B, perhaps.
Yeah, 910 to be quick on the flank, and Roxic's meant to be covering that. He's going to be late to the party if the likes of 910 keeps moving. Mazinho, it's not going to be a good fight. It's MP9.
Nice nade. Could be good. Oh, chunky.
Woxic saw him.
Yeah.
nag-vision 910.
Keeping Woxic busy, keeping him very busy as he closes the gap onto Woxic.
Oh.
Good hold from the Turkish sniper. Hang on, bomb down. Mazinho presented a 1v3 he could actually do something with. They've lost the bomb.
They can molly him out of position. This is going to be tough for the kid.
He's only got an MP9. It's just not
nice,
the
nice close angle. Nice close angle. Nice. Good.
Do not
good.
Rumble him. And this
good job.
Close isolating Jules. Mazinho, just an MP9.
Good decision, Mazinho.
That is such a tough situation to be in. The fight doesn't come immediately. He gets the opportunity to reposition, and he shows you the power of that MP9. That's the long anchor, rotating over to B, making the most of the chaos that 910 causes.
Magnificent play.
The comms are going to be wild in this moment because Woxic spots 910. Madja turns around to sandwich him. Mazinho gets a 1v1 on B, clutches things out as they're stuck in tunnels. Is that enough to get the Mongols going in the second half?
It's gotta be.
Under tunnel, 910.
How can you watch that play from your teammate and not give him something similar? Rather direct call from Madja out of the gates. He's got the bomb and the entire squad towards upper B.
Oh, Tekno's already low as well. His support network is going to be that Senzu with a secondary AWP. If this is a good execute, that B side's going to get rumbled.
Yeah, Senzu needs to really step up to deliver. And he has already started well, removing Jota. Techno overlooked. Whoa! HP, he's gonna find a contribution.
Don't.
Should have Techno booked.
Don't.
He does, but at what cost? Senzu another
pistol. Nice one.
Okay, double AWP. Clean as a whistle, just the one casualty, double kills.
Yung mananalo dyan, makalaban ng Vitality.
Okay, now the money's going to be in question for Aurora.
No.
Jota at the high end with 5.8. I'm curious, is there a conversation, a timeout required to talk this one through?
Mouse yung makakalaban.
Is the ability for Madja to drop an AK or even buy one
yung
for himself? And we know
ano,
the body language
Falcons or
sometimes with these
GamerLegion.
Aurora players can start looking flat. Sure, the high energy can be there when it needs to be, but you do get the polar opposite as well. Whereas the Mongols, occasionally it's a blitz head tilt. Now going to force into this. This is where they could be letting the game go with this type of an investment.
Vitality Falcons sa finals.
You two going to be very, very light on to maneuver. Minute 38 left on the clock. 3 smokes, a couple of flashes, and a HE. Sure, the rifles are there.
Good job,
the
910.
Goes against them again.
Natuto ka na. Natuto ka na.
Stunning start, and what a scalp as well. You remove Zantares. They've just fully invested. At least the rifle is recovered. Cardia now equipped. They really want to try and test them again.
Trick win pa rin Vitality. Yes, 28 na ata.
Down to that.
1, 2.
Senzu there for the double defense. Techno's here. 910's had time to rotate over. Good luck.
Mali yung flash mo.
Getting through this defense. Madja, you'd have to hit a clean bang. And he has.
Oh, expected. Oh,
Woxic opens up the sight in combination. Maybe there's more to this round than I anticipated. Mazinho and Blitz forced to retake.
Kit
present. Next up, and
nice one,
Mazinho. Completely not
Nice one.
Feels like a stressful situation, a 2v2 post-plan on the B-bomb site, but looks extremely casual on the retake.
Madja's going to be really, really regretting the way in which he approached that, just caught in the open.
I think the reason that he's probably a little bit shocked that nobody's through tunnels is the rotation time of the other two.
Right.
Because all those kills happened and then it kind of paused out, and then they were still so far away from that B-bomb site.
He's figured they've gone the long way.
Yeah, why aren't they here yet?
Yeah.
And when Mazinho is one of the players alive, he's a long anchor, so you think, has he pushed all the way through? Is that a possibility? Sure, from our perspective, looks like he gets caught in the side of the head. I think what's worse is that time. At least they're able to get the plant out of it, which salvages them into a little light investment right now. Next round, 2,900 is the loss. You'll get the Woxic AWP back out, but this is great AWPing again from Senzu, stepping up when his team needs it. 15 kills.
Yeah, didn't even just get the one. He leaves with another onto Wacardia. That's that death. Mazinho just catching out Madja, and the other one just Understandably, Woxic at some point had to take that fight, a very easy fight for Blitz.
And they're continuing with this double AWP setup on the CT side. This is the type of round where this could really get rumbled. The fact that there's going to be some Tech 9s, Mac 10s, and going to be a whole lot more mobility in the mix. Mongols now plugging that gap of long, starting 4, wanting to make sure there is no way for Aurora to break in.
Smoke na lang eh. Yun ba yung smoke mo na, Jay?
No early direction from Aurora. It gives the opportunity for Mongols to reset within the round. But if this is crisscross smokes in towards a B split, a short execute where they drop CT and start scaling fast with some good flashes, Mongols are going to be in a bit of strife.
Like smoke from Zentares.
That negates the AWP back of Plat. They need to shuffle positions now, Senzo and Techno.
Oy, buti na lang.
Mid-pressure
Hindi pala,
applied
Mongols pala
with that
tayo.
smoke, a second
Sayang pala,
CT.
sayang.
That hurts Wakadia. He'll be the front man.
Still disconnected. It's really on this B defense.
Yeah, but they've been passing majority of their tests. Senzu got more AWPing prowess in him.
Ooh, nice one, Senzu.
Smoke doesn't matter. He'll get his. He's lost his teammate. USP headshot required. He gets it done. Bomb, however, will be going down. Jota punches in the cone. Woxic tracks Blitz aggressions. Tech 9 at range.
They're giving this one a go. In fact, Mazinho's through. This is going to be a tough retake. 9-10 with the AWP.
One flash from 9-10. Maybe that could be enough to get Mzinho set up for a fight.
I think they've seen
Not sure. They've crunched the numbers. They prefer those rifles into the next round, and so it will be Aurora pulling it off on the half investment. Jota gets this kill ahead of the flashbang, the aggress out of Techno. And I felt like Senzu had a decent output. It was just the absence of anything from Jota.
I think that it's the rotation through CT spawn.
Yeah.
Right, so the Mongols, I think, were under the impression that was a fake. The fact that your A rotating rifler drops back and isn't contributing with spam and a way to chip in, the B defense, that's tough. You're in a 2v5 situation, right? That's not easy. And I'm talking about the crisscross smokes before the round even begins. You see how it's exploited. It cuts down a whole lot of that time that you're needing to come up the ramp. So they appear, Senzu gets the first, but they're already at doors. So unless you've already decided that you're both going to fight mid or you're both going to fight tunnels, you were segregated, and poor Techno rotating in just gets caught out.
Yeah.
Still money there, fortunately, for the Mongols, but that is a great round to inspire the life back into Aurora.
Faber's last timeout burned after that as well. Wasn't happy with what he saw.
Well, both teams are, I think, going to be happy that they've gotten away with murder in a few of these. That Tech 9 round and then Mazinho, the MP9 1v3. Find themselves in a one-round difference. Both teams, 1,900 loss going into the next. This right now could decide the map.
I will say Woxic's got the spawn and the AWP. Is he going to be able to get a head-to-head pick-off to start off proceedings in round 22? Does he even try? Looks like he will. Smoke to extinguish the insta-molly. And a shot just whistles past. Zinho goes wide. Oh, he nearly had him there. Not playing scared.
Crazy for both of them.
Yeah, right. Got a HE. Yeah, there it is. A little late to it. 9-10 will throw it out regardless, trying to catch them as they enter more towards Catwalk, and doesn't get the perfect clear, so no vision on their progress up towards Catwalk.
Oh, the timing of this is going to want to make it interesting. 9-10 has just rotated back now. Looked like he was walking through spawn, but accelerates, so he will be in position to help with this A defense. But Mongols right now, look at the radar. They're worried about B. Feels like they might need to push the upper tunnels.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will need to be a retake on A, or 9-10 needs to go nuclear right now. There's more than enough utility for Aurora to go for a full execute. Everything, kitchen sink. Here's that upper push. So now informed by information, but how does Blitz get back across the mid doors? A defender's trying to stall them out for as long as possible.
He's definitely got his work cut out for him. Magic's going to do the double smoke.
Dami Yotis ah. Di daw ah.
9-10's really got to do a lot here.
And you see
Blitz will cheat over. It looks like he's going to be there just in time to contribute. Molly ramp and go. 9-10 flashed off of the line. This time he has to hit the first, and he has, but it's not lethal. Lucky to be alive. The second does connect. Onto Zentares. Now bomb will go down. An advantage for the CT.
Nice flush.
Wow! That's what you came here to see. A multi-kill out of Blitz, just walks through the
nice
whole
one, IGL.
CT to ramp. No one's looking.
It could have actually gone really wrong right there for the Mongols. Off screen, there was the tunnels push. Fortunately, the spacing, as we just relive the moments of this one, through the wall. So Woxic, again, what he was looking for to open up the account. Techno went first in long, and he was ahead of the pack. He actually didn't clear Wakadia close doors, got shot in the side. Senzu was baiting and got the trade.
Sure win na to pag natalo niya.
Here we
Sure
go.
win na.
Strafes on out. MZ
Sure win na.
have questions to answer.
Nice one, Bulag.
Shot's good. Set up by Blitz. An important trade back from Zentares.
Sayang, na-spray pa.
Blitz and 9-10. Yeah, maybe you're not expecting the AWPer here. Trying to jump, trying to bait, trying to get that intel safely. Looks like he succeeded in doing so. The car molly is being cooked out. Blitz is stubborn, isn't he? He's going to play right next to this.
They just want pit control.
Galing!
Trying to get into pit, Shaw removes Woxic. Blitz hits his. Quickly retrieving the AWP though. Maybe they're not expecting it to have so quickly been back in play.
Up? No.
Smokes just come out from long to land mid doors. And think about all the rounds Aurora took long and then rotated back towards B. Well, they're going to use it this time to slink up catwalk. Techno here to greet them.
Oof.
Sarap. Pag hindi niya chinek.
His work cut out for him. Big round.
Pag hindi niya chinek,
playoff game. Can he hold this side of the map? He holds his nerve for
1-1.
Wakadia bomb spotted on short blitz.
Grenade. Nice one.
Clean headshot. Takes Zentares out of the equation. Molly awkward. Wakadia is going to be allowed to get the bomb down, given complete space. Wakadia a 1v2. Has he got it in him?
20 kills to his name. Best player so far on the server for Aurora.
Definitely good looking himself. They've partnered up. Senzu joins Blitz. Wakadia,
50 HP na to ha. 50 HP
so many options. Here they come.
Trading lang.
Need a clean one tap. Trying to isolate these jewels. Goes
nice.
Mongols one away from taking map one of these playoffs. They have managed to stabilize Aurora a couple
Madrila.
of good blows. But into the CT side now, a run from the CT side. 5 of the last 6 rounds have gone the way of the Mongolian side.
And the only one that Aurora was able to pick up was those Tech 9s into the B split. Now the patch earlier that they were able to convert was off of long plays, off of long spawns, and again they don't have them to run with. It just means they're unable to brute force their way out in what is another round where fortunately the bomb goes down, an extra $600 goes into the bank balance with the loss bonus, but right now it's not anything close to a full buy. I think we're going to get a late lock pop into 9-10 and Mazinho here.
Yeah, there's the flashes, perfectly designed to catch him off guard, and Mzinho is full blind. He still gets one. Still gets a contribution, and you couldn't ask for more.
Doing the around the world rotation again, but surely this time Mongols won't bite down as hard. They lose their long anchor. But Senzu and Techno, they don't move a muscle. These double AWP, Senzu 18 kills, 9-10, 20 instrumentals so far in this CT half. Plenty of U2 on Blitz and 9-10 as well.
El crowd talaga Dallas ah.
No, he's taken a very aggressive position. This is lovely. Just gets himself across as they arrive. No one's ready for that. Wakadia down to Techno. Getting run out. Mac 10 finishes him off.
Where's my supports?
And the B
Hello?
should be lost, especially now Senzu's stomach's half health from the HG. He's hit the scope through the doors. The smoke at least. Matcher with an armored clock, Woxic with 4 HP. Is there any way Aurora can secure overtime here? This feels like a guaranteed retake. This feels like the end of Dust 2. Just recovered the Mac 10. Woxic, got to do something big here. Just a scout.
Buti na lang oh. Nakita na.
And there they go. Mongols take it.
13-11.
They start the series with a big win. A full 24
pa ng
rounds, we get the job
Aurora. Fish! Galing. Ay, score pala, score. Score. One. Ano nga muna? Tagal Fred. Bunot ulit tayo. Bunot.
Yo, Sasha, do you okay?
Yeah, why not? The environment was just getting too
Wash
toxic.
na yan.
Oh, we need
Wash na yan si, Simple. Wash na yan. Bunot tayo na skin club. Ano yan? Ano yung skin club ko? Bun. Yan. Skin club ulit tayo, guys. Bunot ulit tayo. Kaya. Ito to. Bad bridge. Doppler. Ulit. Okay. Tayo dalawa. Din. Eh, $2 lang to. Ngek. Sell na lang. Battle nga tayo. Battle. Great na lang. Bad case. Na lang. Let's break tayo. $14. Up. Pakak. $8 agad. Ice cold. Easy win. Easy win ba? 11 to? Wow. 11 pala yun? Sarap. 34. Sarap. Hindi nga nun. Panalunan natin. Sell ko na lang iba. Sell. Crossfade. Ito. Sell. 11 to. Sell. Ice cold. Ayos. Asimov. Kantina. Goods na. Skin club, guys. Commercial muna kami, guys. Mamaya naman. Let's. Balik ako.
Alam mo ba na dalawang cake lang nasa laro na? Login with Steam at simula na ang case opening sa City Club. Ang ultimate exclusive case opening platform. With high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals. Mas madali na makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ang Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.
Area on the map against an MP9.
I think that was just choke. That was choke right there that round. You know, that's a guy like Jota for whatever reason, you know, the miscommunication in the team, I guess they were torn between, are we going to try and kill 9-10 in tunnels? Do we want to go B? They knew Mzinho was outside B because he threw a nade earlier, right? So Jota thinks they're going to, you know, leave Woxic to try and deal with 9-10 and go take the bomb site and kill Mzinho, but his teammate is helping Woxic. All of a sudden, he dies to Mzinho, the bomb is down. Now the remaining two players sort of have to go there, but Mzinho just hits two great shots, and this is where you need to just do better, right? Like, as you pointed out, Jacob, like, there's so much time. You don't need to do either. You can just chill. The pressure is on them. Clearly, they wanted to crunch B tunnels. You punish them, right? You have the man advantage. Time is a resource, just like utility is, just like a weapon, this, you know, advantages in the guns and whatnot. So they did a very, very poor job in that round. And you could see that the money for the Mongols was tapped out. If they won that round, they probably win the game right then and there.
You said it right there. You know, time is what we're looking for. Time that we don't necessarily have right here. Let's go ahead and flip this conversation over to the next map of the series. So Aurora, T-side to start of Mirage. Jacob, tell me something.
I mean, we need to see a more clear and clean game plan coming out for them. I think it's unacceptable in a sense that they end up losing those two, you know, given some of the rounds that we just spoke about. Now for Aurora, they can definitely make it happen on Mirage. They're not a bad team on the map. Major likes to do a bit of out-of-spawn calling as well. He likes to change up the pace. So if I'm Aurora, I would be talking about right now that we need to get the communication clear. We need to not stress out certain rounds. If we apply pressure, if we get into a scenario like Janko just described, where you have the weaponry advantage, you have the time as a resource, you have utility as a resource, calm down, cool down. The Mongols is a team that always will react. They will always come at you. Sometimes sit back, wait for a move, punish it, and then move on. If they can do that on the T side, I think they're in a decent position to maybe extend the series to a third map.
Absolutely, and it shows you how much in MR12 and on the stage things can go south. Right? Like, if you just held together, if you just stayed together in that round, you probably win it and you probably win the game. But they had a couple of opportunities after that, couldn't really take advantage of them. I think emotionally, this round hit them really hard because they knew how important it was. And even the Tech 9 win that they had later on couldn't snap them out of it.
Now, and I do want to say as well, just before we move on, Trace, you know, you look at Santeras as well. I want to point him out. I want to talk about him because he's supposed to be the best player on the server. He is a guy that we praised in the beginning of the year for maybe having this breakthrough scenario where we put him in the category of world-class riflers. Santeras is not a bad player, but he hasn't been up to the same level as of late. He's still playing decent Counter-Strike, still have certain pop-up games, but he's no longer a player that I would put into the category that is flirting with being world-class. I don't know what happened. I don't know why he's not necessarily struggling, but why he's not that big difference maker that he used to consistently be. But right now, he's needed with Aurora.
But mainly, if you look at what Zantares isn't doing, at least what they've got is Wacadia in a saddle today, riding on into the battle. I mean, for a CT side, he's doing what he has to do, at least there.
Yeah, we're talking about Oppers before the game, and they did deliver, just not the primary ones. It was the secondary ones on both sides, and both guys playing the same spot. Wacadia, B player, Senzu, B player as well. Both got the most impact with the AWP, right? And Senzu, hey, for all the criticism, he was the highest rated player in this map, and he did manage to find a lot of impact on that op towards B. Right, so hopefully this gives him sort of confidence going into Mirage, so he can finally have a really strong series on the stage.
Sensu's CT side rating, Trace, 2.16. You know, he was owning it up over there. He had an awful lot of impact, and he kept the Mongols alive in this game to a point where they ended up winning it.
Yeah, it was Senzu v Wacadia, if you're looking at the stats page, no doubt. Jacob, let me kick this one in your wheelhouse for Aurora starting on the T side of Mirage. Do they get a chance to then now dictate some pace going into what could be the last map of the series? Do they have a chance here off the rip?
Mirage always offers a chance, and regardless of winning the pistol or not, you can always buy, you know, into this third round or the fourth round for that matter as well, and have a chance to set the pace or dictate the game. Now for Aurora, Janko, it would be nice for them to win a pistol, get off to a good start, maybe make sure that the Mongols are a little bit limited on utility, a little bit limited on the AWP in towards Sensu's hands as well. I mean, in terms of pacing, in terms of what you want to do, I don't really care if you play it out in a way where you default to begin with and you try to feel out the Mongols, but my point still stands. The Mongols will always react on the server. They're constantly moving around, so if you can get into a scenario where you can position yourself in middle, position yourself in B, position yourself in A, then there will be a Mongols player walking into a cross at some point, and then from that point onwards, you need to close out the rounds.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not Aurora style. They're just execute heavy, sort of brute forcing their way in. Last time they had the benefit of winning the pistol and playing from ahead. I think this time around, Mongols will find more success.
Yeah, and this is one of those trying times with Mongols. We know they love playing on a stage. We know that they have a chance to lose news on the stage as well. So we'll just have to sit back, relax, and watch that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We do go to a quick break. On the other side of it, we look at Mirage. We see the Mongols. We see Aurora. We see Mongols up 1 in the series after a tight, contested first map. We're going to go to a quick break. Guess what? You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, y'all. BRB.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more!
Do you think you're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, as soon as I hit this bell, you're gonna go, okay? Ooh, straight to it, snappy. Just like ready to go at all times. Is that true? Yeah, I think so. You gotta do a little bit better than that. Yeah, a bit slow on the side. Oh, sorry. Oh, man.
Oh, man. I'm missing so many. It's not my mouse, guys.
It's not your mouse. What is this excuse? Oh, my God. You can give this guy no sleep at all. He is fired up. Wow, this is the quickest one I've seen so far. Oh, there you go. What did you get there? 25 seconds. 24:06 for the first run. Actually, that's not too bad, you know?
22.1.
Yeah.
22.1 on the first.
All right. 21.89. I think that's the record for the day. You must feel pretty good about this run, right?
Yeah.
You think you could go faster than that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think I will do better on the top.
Okay, because I was kind
okay,
of...
but could do better.
That was okay. That was garbage. You need to do way better than that, okay?
How do you feel about that?
Not really good.
Not great?
What can I say? I'm trying my best with the resolution.
Yeah, no, this is the thing. You're representing Orcas. You're representing Europe right now.
All right, ready, set.
You know, wired mouse is like... It's not as easy as it once was.
A good worker never blames his tools.
That's actually true.
Does the ear ring still with this whistle in your ear?
No, I'm not old like you.
Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Sorry, coach. Sorry, coach. I am not fast.
It's about the accuracy here.
You're slowing down a little bit. Oh no, the time, no! Ah, you can't let your foot off the gas. 23:27.
27.04. Unhappy with your performance today, or what are we feeling?
I'm not happy. What can I do? I need to play better. 24.5.
See? You do better when you shoot top.
Yeah.
24.5. Gonna bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think so. I just need to be prepared.
Be prepared, okay? That's what Scar always said in The Lion King. Be prepared.
Next, ako rin. Ako rin. 50, ano. Ilang seconds sa 50. 35 seconds lang. 35 seconds. 50. Aray ko. Tapa. 1 minute pa daw sila. Ha? Hindi pa. Palay ko. Turtiwa dyan, nag-post pa ako dun ah. Finish. Last one. Game na. Ano yan?
Alam mo ba na 2 click lang nasa laro ka na? Login with Steam at simula na ang case opening sa Skin Club, ang ultimate CS2 skin case opening platform with high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals. Mas madali nang makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ng Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.
Game na. Ay, mali pala yung ano ko. Dapat. Yan. Sound. Okay. Game 2. Map 2.
Mirage, the battleground, the stats certainly pointing towards a potential
Mirage.
third. It's going to be a CT start for the Mongols. Aurora on the attack. In immediate window smoke lined up by Woxic. What is the plan from Madja?
Okay, well, vent's not broken. So leaving spawn for the
Mid
Mongols.
smoke.
So there is a window
Connector
boost in play.
smoke.
Sound cube will help inform the Mongols of what could be coming. Util now dotted across for connector and window. To take this is going to be 9-10 on short.
Cognizant, they could have walked up as well. Okay, Senzu, this is going to be a quick flick. Test.
Bagang.
Oh, he's found
Nakaisa
precision.
pa.
Finds the
Nakadalawa.
headshots necessary.
Aray
2
ko.
down. And Zentara's desperate for the trade. He
Tatlo
peeks
ba?
back in, unable to avoid Zentara's on the P2. An immediate
Techno
follow-up
Cowboy.
from Zentara's. They're not clearing.
Techno Cowboy.
The dual Berettas would have loved both. This round is still up for debate. Zentara's has made sure of that, as has Woxic. Bomb now going down.
They've locked Zentara's in. They're trying to deal with him first.
Yeah, he can't really get out unless he picks this exact moment to slip further away, take a pot shot and dip. Time on the side now of Aurora. A measured approach here. Zentara's looking brutal with it. Little drive-by onto Mzinho. Blitz calls one back. This 1v1. All to play for. Woxic gonna try and dance around this bomb site. Blitz is into the mind games, and he puts a bullet into the mind of Woxic.
Well, that's going to be 3 out of 3 pistols so far for the Mongols. Winning factors on Dust 2 in a game that got so damn close. Is a Mzinho 1v3 and both pistol rounds, and they'll kick it off again with another.
Oh, I thought Zentara's had done it enough. Like, Senzu already made it awkward, right? He gets 2 at the start of things. That's the
panalo,
follow-up.
Mongols 13-11.
3 in total means he can go into an AK with Kevlar, and Zentara's has opted to do that, and the rest of his team are going to force buy around him. But a big clutch from the in-game leader of the Mongols. This time not so rifle heavy on their CT side by a few more SMGs in the mix. Because that bomb goes down, they know they're going to be dealing with an investment.
USA.
A lot of pressure onto Senzu once more. A free first. Oh, and Blitz in combination as well. Oh, Aurora needs something. Woxic, the one to oblige. Removing Senzu. Puts the bomb into ladder. Jota finds that M4.
Everyone's got a rifle at least to work with right now for Aurora.
Okay, and we are going to be seeing a big cut of noise in the same time. Techno hoovers up info, calling B-Apps deep clear.
Blitz will be able to get over the bench, but the real fight looks like it's going to be on this A defense as Zantares and Woxic start to clear out towards Connector. Zinho gets back towards Ticket. It's the unknown element of 9-10 at the moment.
Yeah, he's in two minds as to whether he fully confirms ramp is clear. Oh, there's info for you. Mzinho catches Zantares walking. Nadal finds some damage, and 9-10 with this information allowed to tuck and spots the shadow, removes Zantares. Jota needs the trade, can't do it. The MP9s fill the feed, and Mongols, they will survive the night. The Aurora force buy falls flat.
Okay, going to see Aurora into the eco now, so Mongols will get a chance to just establish this 3-0 start. So again, really good starts to the maps for the Mongols. Not getting in the force by wars, not losing too many casualties, nothing crazy getting out of control. They're handling business right now. Let's discuss the CT setup and lay of the land for the Mongols. Mzinho will be the A anchor. Blitz con, Senzu short, 9-10 middle with the AWP, but also has the freedom as the AWPer to be here, there, and everywhere. And Techno, everyone's favorite job of B anchor.
Oh, Wicardia takes a little damage from the impact, but avoids the brunt of the incendiary. Regardless, his progressions is cancelled. It's Senzu removing Wicardia as they group up to try and see if a Deagle headshot could open up to a bomb plant at the very least.
Yeah, you heard the discussion from the desk there, obviously highlighting Senzu had a great performance. The double orbs on the CT side were an instrument of success, and that's also something that Aurora ran with. Wicardia on the other side of the server, he was having a great showing as well. He took it down to that Mzinho 1v3 round. I think Yanko defined that as choke, manifesting there was so much time on the clock, it wasn't necessary for them to get strung out in that fashion. Well, the mop and bucket over towards A, as this one should just be the cleanup crew. Is Zantares making it interesting for a moment?
Okay, yeah, very much just a moment. A momentary double kill still. Forces 3 rebuys at the bare minimum.
Yeah, very good damage. Techno will get over there to pick up an M4, so they scavenge an AK. They get the M4, and, well, they can reinvest. 9-10. Should be able to get his AWP out, no dramas.
Damn, didn't even catch that. It was a straight wallbang out of Senzu for that opening.
It's only been 2 O's with these two in 2025. Katowice are in Mongols' favor, Astana in that of Aurora's. Obviously a label change within that time from Eternal Fire to Aurora, but still have that Turkish fan base behind them. And both these teams representing their country. Can Aurora get anything going on the first rifle round?
Yeah, it is cool, isn't it? 2025, we've got an American crowd cheering for a Turkish and Mongolian 5-man unit.
We'll see which one of them can make the dent in this quarter. It's really, for me, going to be all about the semi. It doesn't even have to be a win against Mouse, just has to be competitive. Have to show that, hey, they're not, in this game, they have to beat one another. But against Mouse, that's one of the best teams in the world.
Seems like the game plan will finish at A. Reblocked, Mzinho staying dynamic. Jota's got him focused on this potential. "40 seconds, that smoke will start to fade. Mzinho strafes out, gets information. Jota, it goes both ways, but he doesn't want to present his back to the potential for Ticket. As a player on default, Madja starts to maneuver forward. Oh, and Mzinho still gets his. Will Senzu be overlooked? Not chosen to announce his presence. Let's Blitz take the next bit of contact. Man advantage. Aurora still need to turn this one on his head, or it will be the first gun going the way of the Mongols. There's Wicardia. Something. Now Senzu's overlooked, and the trigger discipline's perfect. No one looking. Perfect execution from Senzu.
And that's why during the eco round, I laid out the CT side setup, and you can see it profit right there. The short player in A is the unknown entity, not expecting an extra man.
I feel like we see that so much, especially on Mirage. It is all about that like extra joker. Where are you going to put him?
And that's about reading the play, because when you're in such a committed position like Senzu is, he can't just evacuate the site and rotate easily. And Mazinho is also committed on the balcony. So a step ahead, the Mongols in this one. And again, they want the double orb setup. Santara's a bit baffled. And that was able to unfold, but the early timeout pressure put on the Turkish side.
Yeah, it's going to lead to a little bit of friction in the comms. Who was responsible for clearing that? Overlooking Senzu, and it leads to a, well, first gun round going the way of Mongols. They've already got a map under their belt. Aurora, they're starting to forget what a successful round feels like.
Yeah, there's a lot you can look into with Anti, right, in terms of, okay, what's the timing on the default and the nade damage and what patterns do they like to run. But in terms of, oh, they hit this site 60% of the time and this site 40, right? That's just helping you educate very little, and you never can really bank on that happening. But nameplate Counter-Strike is something that all the teams do.
Yeah, those roles you outline, positions you outline at the start of most games.
Just sets up the expectation.
Well, it's what their opponent has done as well. They've done the research. They know where to expect to find these players on their CT setups. Speaking of.
Yeah, they've got an AK in again on this, haven't they? So seeing if they can at least limit the finances of the Mongols.
Oh, Blitz is destined for something. Actually, just death. Santara's AK. It will draw first blood now. You could lose your 9-10 orb if you overextend. Supportive util will fly on through. 9-10 chased by a Mac-10, but falls away. Zinho ready for the boost.
First opening kill for Aurora in this one. Can they make good on it?
They still have that weapon disadvantage in absence of Kev. Full manager. And here they come testing. Oh, Zeno getting a little bit of a messy spray. Woxic brings him down. There's 9-10 up close. And stopping that bomb from being retrieved. Lovely orbing to secure the round, and Aurora's squandered their opening kill from Santares.
It just sucks it came on a round that wasn't a full buy. Just a bit of a hero play with that. Ricardia, he's going to be noted, and, well, deleted. No, first kill his.
It's done very well from first. Now what are you supposed to do? Flash and go! Oh my god, I like this idea though.
5-0.
When all else fails, just go through the murder hole and hope you're the one doing the murdering.
Okay, well, double orbs brought through again. Key part of the Mongols' game plan. 5-0 start. As the crowd's letting him know, Joda yet to find a frag, 0-5. But we're only about to get to our second rifle round, so give the kid a chance. You're hoping Aurora haven't been broken from that 1v3 they lost on B back at Dust 2. Stage Demons, still a bit of a problem. Wins in Astana short. You're equally squared up against a team like the Mongols, you'd be hoping it shows like a little bit more than this. First map very, very close. We're set up right now with what appears to be a late A play. Joda Palace, Ricardia, and Zatara's ramp. Woxic throwing out the util late, Madja in through the underpass.
Sana yung kaninang ano.
Looks like 9-10 should be destined for this one.
ng Mongols.
His whole team hanging on his every
Aurora
word.
na
What
daw
is the
yan.
go signal?
Si Bench.
Well, his death might be
Nice,
as they accelerate into A. Very hot and bothered from Zinho. Still gets his. Burns down by Ricardia into the A site. 9-10 and Blitz. How do they handle this?
MP9 sa B.
He gets up close. He gets up. Oh, he gets caught. Pushing out. Palace doesn't go down. Jota, that was his golden opportunity for a kill. Fortunately, Ricardia still keeping him in it. 2v2. Triple kill from Ricardia. Got him this far. It might have to be more damage inflicted. Bomb is down. Woxic, though. Eye on the scope, starting to back away. Senzu and Techno to retake to keep the sheet clean, but he isolating Jules, and Senzu's ready. Reads the reaggress. 6-0. Both gun rounds falling flat. Mongols on it.
Again, another opening kill. So really struggling to get anything going in that department, Aurora. Bomb goes down, lost bonus there. Another buy is available. Ricardia. He was having a lot of impact on map number 1 and trying to do the same here on map number 2, but a 3 kill, it's not enough.
1 point ano sila eh.
I mean, a nightmare for Jota on that fight with Blitz. He just jumped it up. He had no accuracy, still couldn't kind of track it. Hard to track, sure. Double orbs in the
1.8 dos lang ata ganun. 2, mga ganun, 2 lang. 2.1 ganun.
Fighting for mid once more. Adja spotted out by Blitz. He had a lovely angle over the smoke there.
We'll keep counting. Another opening kill.
Ooh, a nice attempt to claw back there. Jota takes an engagement.
Pwede heading yun eh. Oh, nagawa na ni Broke yun eh. Yun. Paglato sa kanya ng molly. Oh, na-head ba tapos di na pumutok yung molly.
So early.
Oh, parang nag-fireworks.
Regrouping around middle.
Oh, bumansa umangat. Oh,
they actually slink
tapos
back.
di na nag-ano.
Don't need to fight this anymore.
Ouch.
They've got a great read on the situation right now, don't they?
Yeah, that's 100 damage unconfirmed, but they know something hit someone. Can they claw this back? Blitz is thinking about pushing through, the flash is brilliant, but they didn't clear him.
Did not clear.
Bucardi will go down.
Ah, dun, declare ni Mzinho, buti na lang.
Mongols round 5 alive, no less.
They're running away with this one. 7-0 has to be another tactical timeout. Faber needs to get on the mic. Wake him up, slap him. Let him know, boys, this could be done and dusted already.
Good.
It's flying. It's one of those games where I'm sure it feels like it's only just started, but at 7-0, you are in the bin.
Yeah, blink and you miss it, and you really just have to recount the last week for this team. It was literally a week ago these two teams were facing in the quarterfinal in Astana. You have to make it all the way to the Sunday. You play a third place decider if you're that of Aurora. You get on a plane, you fly all the way to Dallas, Texas. You land, you take on Heroic, it's a loss. It's tough. You haven't slept. It's been 20 plus hours.
Sa Heroic may utang na loob eh.
Sa Heroic may utang na loob. You send home some hometown heroes, and then you get a revenge match against Heroic.
It's always been a conversation.
Nag-cheer ka pa sa Face Clan eh.
That is madness, isn't it?
Probably wondering, why aren't I all the way in that corner? What's going on here?
But you know, when you have a rematch, when you're playing a team so frequently, from one quarterfinal across the globe to another quarterfinal, you play them again. Does it favor the team that lost? Do they learn more from the loss?
That's crazy.
Wala eh, nag-pick sila ng ano eh. Nag-pick sila ng Dust 2. Nayaan nila yung Anubis.
Alright, keep it simple.
Hindi naman binan yung Anubis eh.
Oh, a missed shot, 9-10.
Oh! Nice recover.
Oh,
inaubos lahat. Ganda.
Nothing to report for Aurora.
Pwede na matulog, 8-0.
This is rough. It's hard to watch. Yeah, the CT just ripping them to shreds.
Aray ko.
Now Jota yet to get a frag, 0 and 8. 2 for Madja, 3 for Woxic, 5 for Wakadia, and 6 for Zantares. 4 is all they can walk away from this half with, and they are just getting blown out. You're trying to play heads-up Counter-Strike against the Mongols. These kids hit hard. Putting their aim on display right now, and if you missed the Vitality seeding match that the Mongols played, this is a nail-biter. They could have taken this very map.
Well, when everything else fails, you try the AX deck. That doesn't work off the back of a timeout. Is there anything to cling on to? A little bit of hope for Aurora. Blitz is going to try and take anything away he can. Starts with an aggressive stance, supported by his team. Flashed off. Zantares, have you got it in ya? Provide an opening. Blitz down. That's what you wanted from Zantares. Now you've got the opening. You need to make it your first round.
I-click mo lang.
Woxic laid it down.
Oh!
Aggressive. Nasty for Madja there.
Ay, miss.
Wasn't ready.
What a flick.
Senzu catches Zantares
Double
looking
up.
for an equalizer.
They're playing with confidence right now, the Mongols. Just happy to take fights.
Jet lag pa yung Aurora. Aray ko.
Still nothing for Jota.
Ngayon pa nag-jet lag.
This waking nightmare for Jota just continues, and everywhere they go, there's a bullet in their head. AKs deadly in the hands of Mzinho.
NMP9 yung map 1 mo, Clark.
This is no fun. Absolutely zero
NMP9 yung bet mo.
Oh,
na close angle.
Looks like
yung bet
Woxic's
niya.
going to do his best to hold on to this, but with so much time on the clock, I'm sure they're able to triangulate his position. 9-10's pushing T-Spawn, Mzinho's top middle. Senzu, in case there's a Palace leak, and Techno over towards beat. But the pistol's out and the hunt is on. And they could remove this. Worst case would be after time. Well, they found the bomb, so know that there's no chance in winning this round. Confirming that he will be saving, and now they confirmed his position.
Oh, you'd really like that AWP, wouldn't you, Woxic?
Oh.
Okay, 9-10's got you
HP. Aray ko.
5-7 runs him down.
0-9. Alas, puro 0. Hello! Oh, what a production!
This was rough. Magic was still active on the line. Techno just out-duels him.
Yeah, and after losing the opening kill, Techno takes it upon himself. He doesn't have any support on that B-bomb side, just knowing he needs to equal this up.
Zinho as well, definitely not feeling phased by the stage.
They're getting ragdolled at the moment, Aurora.
I'm sure this is going to be very formative for Mongols as well as individuals. A stomping, like this is, you know, convincing.
Yeah, they dealt with them earlier in the year in I don't want to say similar fashion. I think they've found a little bit more confidence since then. But they were able to swat them away. It's the game tomorrow against Mouse that I wanted to see either of these two teams showing their best.
Let's go, Mongols.
I mean, that's
Mongols.
It's not even about the win. It's just about the quality of the counter. As well, there we see a missed smoke. And speaking of smokes, Aurora don't have many to work with. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on the clock. A HE, a flash, a smoke. Rifle short. Testing A again. This time no molly to flush out Mazinho.
F910 especially gets one here. Ooh, drops off, doesn't go down. Zinho high alert.
Sinampal ng M4 ng AK. Aray ko! Sandwich?
Does manage to equalize low HP. There's going to be a lot of frags here in quick successions, and Taras reveals himself through con late.
One scope lang.
Planted Bacardi at times with doing so. But look at Techno, the audacity to just go walking out. Already found a gap.
Orbs on the retake.
Not easy for 910. It does have Senzu though. And a nice shot. Tracks Bacardi through the box. Hold on. Hold your horses. Senzu could do this. It's the first.
Stairs.
Versus Senzu in the smoke. Thrown towards Con, not for the bomb.
Kala niya con pa rin.
Not expecting stairs here at all. Zentaris has the elevator. Surprise! But Senzu's got the round. He keeps it going. 10-0. Aurora kept in the depths of despair by Senzu in the clutch.
Smothering them right now. Opening kill going in the favor.
Jet lag.
9-1 in that department throughout this half so far. And Senzu, the X factor who goes missing in the big games.
Tapos lang pahinga, galing
11-3, 11-5 for 910, 10-5 for Blitz, 12-7 for Mazinho. Everybody is getting business done right now.
Yung lipad nila, Yung lipad nila.
We're not going to start the
nila, laro agad.
Say it, but you know what we're thinking now. At a 10-0 scoreline. Oh, Jota nearly got himself his first. Puts the Orpa on notice and shows early B presence. Is it too much of an indication of their intention?
He's got the confidence to be going for that.
Sa panaginip niya, naka-2-0 siya.
Looks like they're reading this play yet again. Open market, good weapon for the job. When they're so light on you two, Alex, how are they meant to push any of these players out of position?
It's going to come down to brute force, isn't it? Magic's going to throw out a smoke to the end of apps to guise that cross. Forces Senzu's Orb to do something else. 910's actually used his to catch Zentara's lurking. No. Here comes Aurora.
Bang! One!
Senzu's Orb, he still gets his.
Wala akong makakadalawa. Techno, the 4K. Techno, the 4K.
Job, only one. Important from Jota. 2 kills. His first 2 contributions. Is it going to convert? Around Jota. Steps up and delivers a third. Blitz,
good.
Oh, has he been
Nice,
spotted out?
nice
Yeah,
info.
Steps ahead. Bacardia swings to collect.
Isa daw.
Mzinho, 1v2.
MC and Q. Words muna, words. Panika word.
Blind spot. Bacardia, ooh, gets spotted out, gets that info, can't chase him around the corner. It's a no-scope to close.
No-scope.
And there you have it, between the two of them. Bacardia and Jota, Aurora will get off of the goose egg just in the penultimate round of their attacking
nag-switch, no? Sila din niti 10-0, no?
So can they walk away with 2? That's the best they're going to be able to muster before the halftime break. It's going to feel like a mountain to climb. Dallas is the pit stop before the summit being Austin right around the corner. This is the time to really reflect on the season that's been. You've had the successes, 8 out of 8 playoffs for the Turkish side. You don't want this one to stop here.
This certainly would sour the mood. A quick trip to the playoffs here in Dallas. Unless they can miraculously find a footing on Mirage. 910 paid quite the heavy price for his early aggressions.
Yung na pag-asa sa Aurora.
They've sent Woxicans and Tares to go and take space. Info flows.
Munti ka na yung flick.
10. Oh, and Asium Zinho is going to be the one to catch Joe to
Oh,
go.
naman yung trade yung Zinho. What Tetris? Oh my god!
Same result.
Oh my god! Con!
This
Con!
is dominance on display. This is Mongolian counter-striker. They end it with the showmanship blitz. Puts a corral.
Ninay! Aray ko!
This one's done.
Ninay!
Second half is just for fun.
Aray ko! Aray. Sakit sa ulo niyan. Ala, sakit sa ulo yan. Last round, ina-knife ka. Aray ko. Tapos 11-1. Aray ko. One. Not may 1. 1 Mongols, 11, 1. Aray. Okay. Papataas ang odds. Ayop. Up, 2 minutes. Mag-CS muna tayo, CS. CS muna tayo. CS muna tayo, CS. 50 bots. 50 bots. 50 kills. Ilang seconds? Game. $29 seconds. Pwede. 29 seconds. Ulit. Seconds. Game na. Ay. Natin to.
To playoffs. Sure, they can get there. 8, as Chad has enlightened us throughout this series, but here they stand with just one single round versus Mongols. Is it all they get?
2 opening kills, 1 round, and 0 pistols so far. That's the series.
Well, we know
under the magnifying glass of map number 2.
We know how important this pistol is, I say with a slight smirk. Zentares, he's going to be in the right place, and he is going to catch a bullet. Ooh, the Glock's connecting, so is Wicardio on the dual Beretta. Dipping around. Mzinho brings him down. Access to the site granted. Fighting for that CT. Woxic with his P2000.
Goodbye gloves.
And his teammate Jota ahead of the molly. Maybe going to be overlooked up on that close corner. Will he go for the swing? Turn and go. Flash was there.
Bulag na bulag.
3-on-3, but very wounded.
Hindi makabawi ng pistol.
Trying to get this pistol going, trying to get something.
4-0 sa pistol.
On this map, and it all falls to Woxic. 2 kills deep, but time
4-0 sa pistol.
And Blitz flanking. Senzu can take his hands off the keyboard and mouse. He's chilling. Confirms Woxic's location. No time for this one, folks. It's the 12th. Already first round of the half. And they've got themselves oodles of series point, quarterfinal point to secure a head-to-head with Mouse in the semi.
12-1.
This one's gone past rapid fast for that of Aurora. Starts well on the pistol, but then quickly goes awry.
Double OT na.
And Blitz, who was the insurance policy during all of this, while Senzu's dancing with him on the side, he had guaranteed the fact there was never going to be a defuse coming through. Aurora have to force fight. Third outing against the Mongols in 2025, third quarterfinal. About to be the second loss.
Well, they've managed to get themselves a kill and a rifle.
How much information did Mzinho just get? How many players did he just see? And how did the Mongols respond to that? Because the AK now in the hands of Zentares. The savior of Turkish Counter-Strike would need to put on some heroics right here, right now.
Bakit?
Oh, Maja, when looking, caught in an awkward exchange with Blitz, and so they are going to lose that man advantage. The captains meet.
Bakit?
Is Techno coming out super late if they get in the side? Is he keeping the options open? There's still a minute on the clock.
Hindi mo replay yun eh.
You can see the positioning of Jodo and Zentares, the two closest individuals towards A, but it's a two-player palace walk with 9-10 up the ramp. Information lacking at the moment for the Turkish side. Zentares is in a strong position, however.
Just in time.
Sa YouTube.
He arrives in that dark position. Jota's going to be hoping to catch a little bit of info ahead of the play. Techno's been caught, but now the penny drops, and so does Senzu. Into the Kalashnikov of Zentares, flying up the ladder, brought down. Okay, nice burst out of Jota. They will defend their honor in their first of many challenges.
Yeah, you can see no celebrations there. Bomb doesn't go down. They know it's going to be bottom of the barrel loss bonus, and if they are going to make this one all the way back, it is going to be one of the craziest comebacks I've ever cast. You have to force. Well, you don't have to force. You have so many rounds to work with if you're the Mongols, but convention would say you will force. Well done on the opener. AK in the hands of Zentares, and they make good of that as Mzinho can't quite believe it.
Oh, nag-skip eh.
They had a spawn from the Mongols, but again, shouldn't cost them too much.
Nag-skip po.
Aurora win this.
Nag-skip yung ano.
12-3.
Yung feed.
Get a chance to get to Nico. That'll be 12-4.
Nag-skip
yung
feed.
The guns come out again.
But if you really want to break a team's spirit, you beat them on the force fire with sidearms and Kevlar.
Eh, dito pa nanalo sa Eco.
Couple of smokes, couple of flashes. Pistol upgrade for everybody.
It's a bit tricky what they're going for here.
They're trying to show the bomb A and then lurk out B and deal with Madja.
I think that's the plan. He just wants the bomb to be spotted. Did he achieve his goal? Keeping your eyes on those rotations. Block smoke thrown B.
Skip nga yung, ano, yung video.
Seems like he's on high alert. No over-rotation as of yet.
Eh, ginulat. Eh, ginulat yung B.
So then you throw A smokes, but there's still two players waiting.
Ay, yung bomba pala nasa ano.
Pulls Wicardio away. Blitz commits into the site. 4 players pulled to the A site, and Madja's alone.
Yun,
he goes
na.
down. The
Gobi,
bomb is miles away, though.
gobi.
They have to hit some good shots with their pistols. And already Senzu been spotted on the cross. Tucks in bench. They have a bit of a setup here. They could actually make this one work. Xantares has been brought low. A P250 drive-by with Cardio on high alert. Needed that. Gets the kill. Bomb goes down. Senzu making a meal of the spray, and they will fall. Threatening nonetheless.
Trying to get tricky there, the Mongols. Misdirection.
12-12.
Right now, will be the eco.
12-12. Yak talaga pag nag-12-12.
It's even tough for the excitement to build for Aurora as well, right? You want to see them putting their best foot forward, but it's going to take...
What if?
Probably winning the next 2 rifle rounds for them to start to believe this comeback is even possible. They opted on Mongols' map to start on the T side. That's what they did in Astana. Worked out for them there. We're able to topple them 13-5 on this very map.
Far off the mark.
12-1.
Senzu's Deagle
What
goes looking.
The
all he finds is trouble.
So they want to try B again, understandably so, trying to pressure the in-game lead.
Kalagay? Ganyan din ginagawa ko dahil nung nakaraan eh. Sa YouTube. Yes or yes.
Oh, what a nice tap. Staying composed is Madja under scrutiny. Oh, he's handled the first 2 with poise, but does go down, giving Blitz something.
Bomb won't be picked up. Blitz won't be getting too much more with this. Maybe a kill. And that should be 3 bullets left. Xantares from the B-Apps to close the account. Gap closing, just 8 rounds now. Force this into overtime. But remember, this is when the rifles get donned once more by the Mongolians.
Mamaya pa yung Falcons GamerLegion. Dito ano eh. Susunod talaga sa oras yan. Anong oras ba yan? Lasingko? Aray ko!
Difference into this first rifle round is going to be the AWP for Woxic. 9-10 can't say he has the same. The money's not there just yet. 9-10 Sansang over towards middle. Woxic very brave through the flames. Edged on down to 74.
Woxic could be set to succeed here. Spots them, gets the info and the frag. Techno removed early. It's exactly what you want from your CT Orpa. Puts himself up to his 10th kill.
Nice reroute from Woxic. Gets the kill stairs, rotates ticket. Joda can now tuck in a little bit tighter if it is going to be an A finish, but Mongols look like they have other plans. This is where we can return to the conversation that we haven't actually needed too much within this series so far, but it's the pressure of the environment. We had Freya checking in with the players of Mongols. What's the difference? They addressed the fact that the people in the arena, the nerves, it'd be tough to squander a scoreline like this.
What, 12-1? That would have to be full mental collapse. Oh, and he's done well there. Has Xantares combines with Madja to extend. A 2-man discrepancy. Mongols in mid, losing heads. Xantares taps another. Blitz trying to claw it back, but Madja landed their headshot, so that's a convincing one.
Couple of comfortable ones now. Sure, it was a force buy into a force buy back on the other foot, but the bomb hasn't gone down in any of these. That was the rifle round where they only get 1 kill. The story is starting, and this is how it kicked off. WP. And the crossfire on middle as Xantares just chipping away at the tippy top of that smoke there to line up a couple of key frags. Again, Mongols gonna have to just take something a little bit lighter. Loss bonus for them going into the next is gonna be maxed out, so it will be the full buy. 9-10 keeping enough to make sure he can bring in the AWP, and that's a missed window smoke.
Matalo sana Falcons. Pwede. Pwede. GamerLegion. Pwede yun, pwede yun. Nakakatiwala kay PR eh. Karmahin sana sila sa laban nila sa mouse. Agree ako dyan. Panalo din dapat ako dun eh. Kit din dapat iyon na wala pa. Dahil sa katangahan, 12-5, nag-OT, di na nakascore.
B split.
Galing.
40 seconds. Util deployed.
Woxic might get vision. He breaks the smoke for himself to lend a hand. Wacardia just the one. Humbled. Woxic does find it.
Yun benta, di mo masasabing benta yun.
No, making it interesting. He's taken down the Bianca. Zantares falls and recedes away from the market. Looking for Blitz. He's looking for that late cheeky lurker. Does he have the presence of mind to spam? No, wait, the smoke is fading and Blitz is not ready. Good awareness from Zantares. Catches what could have been a very disruptive flank.
Both have M4s. Very winnable right now. Mongols can get it done right here.
They certainly could, Chad.
Sure.
They've broken through. Maja watching through his fingers. Jota about to go down.
Oh, he gets
Senzu though. That's a big scout. Puts it all
Techno
on
3K.
Quiet game from
Techno
3K.
One.
Light on ammo. Tech9 has to do the job. Knows where one of them's coming from. Closing the gap.
Uy, so yun.
Aurora, another one. In consecutive fashion, it has to be
Walang iko yun
perfect.
eh.
And so far, so good. 5 consecutive now.
Every moment is going to be on a knife's edge as Mongols, light investment, get into the side, get the bomb down, keep the pressure on. Crowd still want to see the Mongols take this one. Just need one round, so there's the threat there just yet. Double AWP, Wacardia back into that alongside of Woxic, returning to one of them some rounds over there on Dust 2.
Ganda ng op niyan. Okay, ha? Yan lang yan. Sa may studio yan.
Quicker pacing this time round.
Zantares elects to play in front. Ready for that potential swing. What a banger from Blitz.
No, Zantares picks si Zantares.
Didn't see anything. Zantares, that is. More impact. He's definitely individually sound, even when the pressure is amped up.
Bomb back over towards A. Jota and
Sandwich. Isa pa Blitz. Zantares pick mo si Woxic.
Madra in float. Finish will be A.
Iba angle.
Zantares no longer able to contribute, so it falls to the rest. Madra, what have you got here?
Hi, Madra. Uy, yung taas.
Clears out Blitz. Woxic primed and ready for the wrap, but there's a good
Uy,
flash.
nagdub.
Gets Senzu into the site. Maybe Jota gets overlooked. Yes, he does, but one. Mzinho from the Palace will trade.
Oh.
Awkward flame.
One ticket.
Nice
Uy.
shot from 910.
Last ticket.
From the pack.
Go home. Goodbye.
It's certain now.
Bootcamp na lang. May shadow. Di mo kita yung shadow? Di ka naka-all yung ano mo, shadow mo?
Mongols take it, securing the semi.
Naka-sun only ka lang?
Dominance on that second map. Sure, all the rounds of regulation to get to Mirage, but they still take it in 2.
Domination is the word for it. The Mongols came in today to take care of business. Just a week ago, they fell to Aurora in Astana, but today they get revenge.
5 pa yung next match.
3 heads-to-heads in 2025 so far. Wacardia not happy with how things unfolded for the Turkish side. 8 from 8 playoffs in their year so far. And this is another that will be stalled short. They're able to get to the big show. Able to deliver when it's needed. Gonna have some time to prepare now for the major. Austin is just around the corner. Mongols, they set their sights forward. There is a semi-final against Mouse.
Tuloy-tuloy na yan. Pang major. Austin major.
Can they get their stage
Bootcamp na sila dyan. Feeling ko Kung hindi, mahirap yun pag ilipad po ulit ng ano. Bootcamp ng Aurora. Hindi ko alam kung saan yung bootcamp nila. Magto-Turkey ulit sila.
Dallas, I've got Techno for you. How we feel about him?
Murata.
Did you expect this crowd to be on your side?
Yes.
How do you like this crowd support?
King club yan, kaya nga may the Mongols na, di ba, na case.
Of course, it's very amazing for us. Yes.
Now, this matchup, domination on Mirage, revenge for Astana just a week ago.
Club number 1.
What's on your mind about this matchup right now?
Mag-skin club ulit tayo. Mga dalawang
amazing. Of course,
dalawang bunot, tatlong bunot.
Crushed at Astana against them. Now we got our revenge. Yeah.
Now a lot's been made about you guys and playoffs, you guys with crowds, the nerves, the emotions, the difference in the arena. Getting this win here, having the crowd behind you, do you think it's time to change that story?
Of course, I think so.
Do you think it's time to get Mongols a trophy?
I hope so too.
What do we think, Dallas?
Ito sila mag-champion, no?
Thank you, man. Congratulations.
Sarap, no? Okay.
Well, all of Dallas chanting send them home, and maybe it is time for Aurora to go home. They have been on quite the grind for Counter-Strike, albeit they did get here a little late. That's okay too.
Sila dyan. ENG Club. Ito na yung ano natin. Boom. Ha? Ano lang. Free fire lang yan. Hindi, angle lang ata talaga. Yun nga, angle lang din. Para open tayo. Nakasmoke talaga. Open! Open! New case. Go! South Neon. New case. Eh, pa kung nakakuha ko dito pre-stream na off. Oh. Ba't daming laging ice cold? Wish. Okay, isa lang. Testing lang natin yung mga iba. Red, 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 red. Red, 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 red. Exclusive! Ah. Pongit dyan, pongit dyan. Sell ko lang. Sell. One more. Red. Red. Red exclusive. Neon Rider na lang dapat eh. Yan. Tayo sa The Mongols. Hindi, ano yun? Random lang yan. Ah. Ano yun? Saan? Special cases. Mongols ulit, Mongols. American's Choice. Ano yung Mongols? Panalo Mongols eh. Mongols tayo. Ito. Isa lang. Dalawa pala. Isa. Eh, nag-asimove ulit. Joke lang. Boy knife. Okay, pa. Oh, bakit? Oh, Bowie knife, pre-hand, failed tested. Aray ko. 155. Aray ko. Bang! Bang! Kitang-kita! Bowie knife! Pre-hand, field tested. Ano? Withdraw natin to, Jay? Tambay lang muna yan dyan. Tambay lang muna yan. Withdrawin natin yan pag ano na. Goods na. Narap mo, Mongols. Panalo na Mongols sa game. Panalo pa sa Skid Club. Okay guys. Okay na yun. Baka mabawian pa tayo eh. Scan nyo na yung ano. Scan nyo yung QR code dyan. May bonus kayo na 7% pag nag-deposit kayo. Sa 15 bonus. Sa 15 deposit. Yun. Sabi mo, 15 deposit, 7% kada deposit, bale 105%. Yan. Commercial mo lang kami guys. Thank you Skin Club. Let's go!
Alam mo ba na 2 click lang nasa laro ka na? Login with Steam at simulan na ang case opening sa Skin Club, ang ultimate CS2 skin case opening platform with high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals. mas madali nang makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ang Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.
Very well. Mirage winning this pistol can change a lot, but like we just threw rounds. I think we don't deserve, like, to be honest, maybe playing on the playoff. We didn't play really great Counter-Strike, but it is what it is, and I think just learning, like, everybody know that it's not the real face of Aurora, like, but I think we have to fix some things that on playoff, and we'll just think about it and for the next tournament, try to fix that.
Final question on the Mongol side of things. We were catching up before the game went live, and you said you see some similarities between your playstyles. Was there anything particularly unexpected that the Mongols pulled out the bag today that perhaps you weren't prepared to face?
No, I think we prepare well. Like, I knew that we'll take 2 AVP on Dust 2. We try to do some things, but I think it's just a small details game. Like, when you lose so many good clutches, when you lose good clutch where you have advantage, it's so hard after all economically to keep doing. And Mongols is a team that playing with a lot of confidence. So when you give that confidence to them, even yesterday they would be very close to bad vitality, like the first team in the world. So it's a good teams with good individually, and when they are confident, it's really strong. Really hard to play against them. Yeah.
As you mentioned, obviously we've got the major just around the corner. It's a little bit of a break for you guys. I say break, that's going to be my next question. What are you guys going to be doing? Are you staying here in Texas? Are you going back home? What's the situation?
I think we're going back to the home to do boot camp because it's been a long that we didn't do boot camp. We want to, before Astana, we wanted to do one, but because of some circumstances, we cannot. But now it's important to do a boot camp to work again on the game style, game plan, everything, the tactic also, and we will come stronger, don't worry.
Final thing, Maja, I know you have plenty of fans all around the world. I know you have some family that I'm sure will be watching from home as well. Anything you want to say to those guys supporting out there?
Yeah, I think a lot of disappointing for all the fans in the world. Also for my family, like definitely Aslan, Jeren, sorry. seviyorum. But like I think in the end, I think it's disappointing times for our fan. We didn't play the way we have to do, and we just need to learn and come back stronger. That's life.
Excited to see you go, Maja, but yeah, best of luck moving forward to the Austin Major.
Yeah, for Aurora, they look for Austin next on their docket. But yeah, that pretty much puts a pin in their time here in Dallas with us, at least. We do see the Mongols move on.
We do see the Mongols move on, and we do see Aurora go home and go for a bit of a boot camp. Maybe time to add an extra layer, so at the major, if they were to make it to the playoff, that they can put up a better fight.
It's definitely much needed, and I'm sorry for Aurora fans, but I'm happy Mongols won, because I think it gives us a better semifinal. I think Mongols have proven that their ceiling is higher than Aurora's, right? And we got a great storyline coming up tomorrow for that semi. Mao's looking like the best team in the tournament. Can they take the next step, go back to a grand final, or will the Mongols do it for the first time, really, or in a tournament of this magnitude?
Yeah, and tournaments of this magnitude, well, they happen once a year here in the Big D in NA. That's what somebody called it somewhere. It just kind of stuck, didn't it? Anyways, we do have another quarterfinal ahead of us. You can believe it is Falcons taking on GamerLegion. That's going to be coming up on the other side of this break. So perhaps now is a chance to hear from them before they get in there.
Tezos arriving with the Falcons for another quarterfinal. We can walk and talk for a little bit. Media day yesterday. What else did you get up to other than your media obligations?
We had some practice, played some FACEIT in the evening also. So good day, felt the game, so I'm ready.
How did the FACEIT games go? All W's?
All W's yesterday, yeah.
Excellent stuff. How content are you guys with your group stage performance now we're on the precipice of another playoffs for you?
Well, I think we could have done better in group stage. I think we are not satisfied with how we played, and now we're in playoffs, and I actually feel like we're a team that plays a little bit better in the playoffs, so hopefully we can show that again, and everyone is eager to step up.
And we saw that last time versus GamerLegion, IEM Melbourne. Is it fair to say you dominated them, and will that be a repeat performance today?
It is fair to say that we dominated them. They didn't really have a chance, so we look back and what we did, and maybe also be ready for what they want to change, or they have to do something different maybe. But it's hard to say. It's tough to beat the same team twice, so we just have to do it.
Excited to see what changes both them and yourselves bring to the server. Thank you so much, Tezos. I'll let you get on your way. Good luck.
Hi, it's Bob with FACEIT. The official broadcast is better than ever on FACEIT Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the FACEIT app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and FACEIT points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025 Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're gonna have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushleson, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. How do you feel about peeling and taking a bite of a banana?
Great idea.
Which part?
Swallowing.
You don't need to eat the whole banana, just take a bite.
I don't have to open banana.
Yes.
Or that you said peel.
Yes.
What
Yeah.
do you mean
Peel open it, yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm from Russia. Man, I don't understand this.
Just peel the banana, take a bite, okay?
What am I doing?
Strong peeling technique there, in the mouth, chewing now.
You actually opened the mouth.
11 seconds. That's not a bad time.
I'm taking this banana. I will not chew it, I'll just swallow it. Really? Nico, you're not doing it. You need to chew it. Why? Don't need to chew it. Bro, you're not going to.
Don't choke, all right? All right. Oh, he's not happy with the bite size. That's just a nibble.
It's a small bite,
That's a
okay?
nibble.
It's a small bite.
Oh, it's a plus 1 second. Okay.
Plus one?
So we've
What
given
is
him.
referee? What plus one?
Look, you got to take it up with the tournament management.
I mean, look how much I bite.
Yeah, look, it's not fair in life, Modesty. For the size of bite, he's taken 1 second off your time.
And giving me 1 second extra.
Let's bring in our next task. How are you with utility?
Very good.
All right, we get 3 shots. We're going to be measuring your own accuracy, not time.
Whistle normal then.
I just wanted, it's very sporty, isn't it? Oh, it's returns.
Okay. Okay.
He sped through the shots there. Nothing lands, but I would like to give 1 point for the return on deflection.
Hey, that's not fair.
Hit the board, came back. He's hit the net. Oh!
No, that was a bad throw. Wait, 1-1, yeah?
Well, I feel, turn this into a 0.5. If this is only worth 1, then the bounce back's only worth a 0.5.
No way.
Nico wins.
Man, it's always like this against me. Everyone against me, Daddy.
Are you happy with the results of today?
Yes.
Do you guys feel ready for Texas?
Yes. Yeah, insane ready.
Yeah, let's defend the title.
All right, we'll eat bananas, drink water, and play basketball.
Perfect. That's exactly what we need to make Counter-Strike great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Acorn. Considering you are a stand-in for the time being for GamerLegion, did you realistically expect to be making it into the arena?
So to be honest, I'd say no. Really nice, so I think that put us a little bit ahead of some other teams. I really like Ash as a coach and as a person, so I enjoy being here, and yeah.
Obviously, for GamerLegion, you weren't there when they first at IEM. It was a bad result for them. You really didn't take this
I believe it and believe our skill and team chemistry and synergy and everything. I think with the prep we have, we're going to have a good match here.
Super excited to see it go down. I'll let you get on your way. Thank you so much, Acorn. Good luck.
Well, Nico's last name is not Doncic. We know that for sure. After watching that, it's just not meant to be, at least within the rules of basketball. Another quarter for you all, if you can imagine it. The Falcons are taking on GamerLegion, and I've got some friends here with me on the desk, because the desk is eternal. Isn't that right? Steel?
Yeah. You'll never be able to kill the desk. Not fully, not for real. It'll always come back.
It's always here. Now, Josh, you've been in A before.
I have. I think my entire life almost.
Is there anything you want to say to these people?
Yo, what up, NA?
All right. You got a little something in there.
Alam mo ba na 2 click lang nasa laro ka na? Login with Steam at simula na ang case opening sa Skin Club, ang ultimate CS2 skin case opening platform. With high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals, mas madali nang makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ang Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.
Okay. No. Yan. Tayo lang tayo ng match, guys. Makapag-deathmatch nga muna.
Total domination.
Deathmatch lang. Wala pa naman eh. Vertigo. Ag. Konti lang kami dito. Push. Damn. guys eh. Hola. Ayun. Wala. Agay. Agay. Okay. Bernata. Falcons. Two goes in the fire. Tama na, game na. Tayo doon. Bila. Yeah.
And understand that, you know, everything doesn't come for free. We need to keep working hard for it.
You mentioned Melbourne. Obviously, you've got a rematch to be kickstarting the playoffs here in Dallas versus GamerLegion. Difference, obviously, they now have a stand-in on their side. Last time, you absolutely dominated them, though, right? What do you expect they're going to be changing today to hopefully make it a bit more of a competitive affair for their side?
Yeah, I think they're going to be playing a little bit more freely. I don't think they will be as scared as they were in Melbourne. I think that was the, you know, first time as a team they were playing on a stage together. So that can always be a little bit special. So I think today they're going to try and put those feelings aside and you know, play the CS that they usually do. And, you know, maybe also try and go a little bit with the momentum. But we will see.
When I was speaking to Nico yesterday on Media Day, he couldn't help but, you know, keep on focusing on the Vitality game that could potentially happen in the semifinals. So confidence level for this game, do you feel like it's in the bag for you guys?
I don't think that's a thing in Counter-Strike right now. I think everyone is good, and I think everyone can beat each other on a good day. So I think we need to go out and focus on ourselves. I think we need to go, you know, play the Counter-Strike we know we are capable of playing. And if we manage to do that, then I definitely believe we're going to win today. But if we don't like have good mood, we don't fight for each other, and we, you know, we don't do these things that we usually do, then we might have a tough game today.
Thank you so much for your time, Mirage. Good luck.
You know, when things go right for the Falcons, it's cool.
Yes, that Astralis media training still burns strong in Magisk. But yeah, pretty straightforward from him. You know, don't underestimate anyone, respect everyone. Everyone's great these days. Everyone can beat you.
I see you got a little bit under your skin there, and I get it. Like, I do understand that whole media training thing is so fun, but also not as fun as getting up to 12 and then losing, like, real hard over here. I'm talking about mega chokes. They did it versus Mouse the other day over on Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, they say they need to work on their consistency, but, I mean, how consistent can you be when you get into these situations and you don't really have any idea? Like, every situation they get into is a new situation just because they don't have anything set. And this is, like, just a compilation of rounds, basically, against Mouse. Starting from here, they were 11-4 up, and it's just so much hesitation, indecision, who's doing what, nobody knows. They go into a round like this against MP9s. They're rushing through connector. They have basically all of their smokes and nades left, but they're still rushing up connector into the site, trying to just rush the game over. It's 12-5. They have so many rounds to just use to close it out, but it's just rush, 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 force buy. You guys can take a pause, like not even like a attack pause. You can just use Glocks for round, talk about the situation, get as many gun rounds as possible, and just give yourselves the biggest chance to actually win a round. But no, it's just like force buy, B-pop, force buy, rush up con to A, force buy, B-pop. It's like, guys, is that it? That's our playbook? That's the depth of it? And we're called the second best team in the world?
Look, the sky's blue, the ocean is wet, and Nico malding. Three things that we can just see throughout the history of time.
Yeah, I think for them in this game, that 12-5 round was the worst one. I mean, that was your best chance to close out the game, and after that, your money's in the bin, and you really have two proper gun rounds. Everything else is half buys and something connected in that way, and it just was a bad game from Falcons. You know, it wasn't their day. Magisk alluded to it. Maybe they didn't take it as serious. You know, they lacked some of the intensity for that game, considering it was a seeding match, and, you know, they beat Mouse last 2 times in the semifinals, so Mouse was definitely more hungry in this one, but I wouldn't take too much away from this game. I think actually it's a great wake-up call for the Falcons, right, to come into this game with vengeance.
I mean, one of the things I have, like, it's a theory, it's a working theory, we'll see how it goes, is that these guys would be better off on CT side to close out the games than on T side. It feels like something's missing on that T side, whereas the CT side calling, they might be able to just call, and Nico's great at this, just a gamble stack. Hey, let's just stick 4 people on this site. Let's maybe do an opening so they don't really know what we're doing, and then hope that they walk into us and we can close out one of these 7 rounds that we have. We could just close it out. But no, they're on T side and they just try to rush it over with.
But no.
But no.
Yeah, we had to get that one over the PA at least one time while we were in here, might as well. What were some of the challenges, not challenges rather, but some of these learning blocks that the Falcons are having to take? I mean, you've hit an interesting point there, Yanko, in that maybe they practice too much. Maybe they're putting too much effort into the idea of structure and making something happen.
No, I think it's just getting on the same page still with everyone, right? Playing at the same pace, not having guys wanting to speed up the round, you know, while the rest of the team likes to take a little bit more time, understanding how m0NESY getting used to his teammates, like how do they want to play, what it is that they like to do, how do they like to react, and just working on your maps. Most of the time it comes down to that, right? Like you can have 1 or 2 maps that you're really good on, but it's just improving on more maps so you can abuse your opponent's map pool, so you're not as easily punished when it comes to that, and raising your floor on all the maps.
I think another thing that we can look at is just about the individuals having that discipline to make the right play, to not rush through the moments, to know when it's their turn to activate or not activate. And when you rely so much on your individuals to make huge plays, like that's also a big counter. So if you know,
who doesn't rely on their individuals to make big plays?
Like this, okay, if you allow me to finish, then like if you know m0NESY is going to go for an op pick, he's going to go for an opening somewhere. All you have to do is sit there and be like, okay, m0NESY is going to go for an opening pick. Let's wait here and wait for him to go for the peak.
Where is he going to go? Where's he going to go? He can go
do prep.
to a lot of different places.
You can go for a lot of different places, but if you can boil it down to like, okay, these are the probable like 2 most likely places, let's stick an op here, and if he decides to go for this peak, we punish him for that. Cool, there's our opening into the round. So it's yes, you can rely on m0NESY to have these really good moments. He's the best performer for the team. He's one of the best players in the world, top 5 easily. He has 1.25 rating right now. But if you can shut him down because he needs to always go for those plays, because the rest of the team, you can't rely on them to close out on a consistent basis. You look at Magisk and Kixen in those regards, because they have like less than 1.0 average rating normally. And you know, you could talk about Magisk on the stage and in the big playoff moments and everything like that, but you still rely on people like m0NESY and people like Nico, and when they go to overcompensate because they have weaker parts of the team, and then they get shut down because it's obvious that they're going to go for some sort of heroic play, then what do you do at that point?
No pun intended. I like what you did there at the very end. You kind of full circle on that one. Yanko, how far, and maybe this is a weird question to be asked, but like how far are we away from the Falcons to where there are none of these question marks about like consistency and or making the right moves within the team itself?
I mean, they probably still had only total of 10 days of practice with m0NESY, so I think they'll do their best. I think they are in good form in general, right? And they have the players, they have the experience to make some of these runs, right? It's only been Vitality and Mouse who've handed them losses since m0NESY joined the roster. But it will have to be, you know, more time before they feel like they have it all. They know they can win a tournament, they can win this tournament, but everything has to align for them in order for that to happen. And why wouldn't they have faith? You have 2 guys on the team that managed to get Stewie 2K in 2024 to lift a trophy right in front of his home crowd. So if that was possible last year, who knows what can happen this year?
Look, I think when we talk about Falcons, it's like they're probably going to beat GamerLegion. They're probably going to go the distance. But I mean, we could shift the thing to talking about what GamerLegion could do to beat Falcons, because right now they need to rely on them having everything go perfectly according to plan. Because if one kind of piece of the dominoes falls over, everything just spirals out of control for these guys. And I think what Magisk kind of alluded to is like, GamerLegion, they have to play more freely. They can't just stick to, okay, we wrote this down before the game started, so we're going to go do this strat, and even though we've been spotted and m0NESY shot us with a scout and everything, we're going to continue into this plan, run into the stack. They need to be able to call audibles. They need to be able to adjust in that mid-round situation, say, you know what, we're going to run into our depths. Let's cancel this plan and do something different. And I think if they're able to kind of focus on that and get themselves out of just doing whatever they wrote down, that might be a little bit more of a challenge for Falcons.
I think the problem is last time around they had to play from behind, right? Like T-side, they started on train T-side, they lose pistol, they're playing slow defaults and trying to do something. They can't win like that, and they can't play like that with a stand-in especially. They need to win pistol and play explosive from the get-go, right? That's the recipe for an upset here by GamerLegion. If they again have to start playing from behind and those rounds don't work for them or anything, Falcons are going to pick them apart.
Which is about that time, I believe so. Dallas, are you tired of us yapping yet? Is that about right?
Yes.
Oh, fair. Very fair. Almost based, some might even say. But it is time for us to go to a break. We come back. We have Falcons, GamerLegion. We have Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. It's all on the other side of this. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters, Dallas. Thank you.
Falcons, siyempre. Wala na, GG na.
Stages don't get bigger than
Alone.
Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind-melting from Gutierrez. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the Cathedral.
Monkey see. What if Monaisi? Monaisi. Monaisi. Let's go, Monaisi. Nico Monaisi.
Hello, Dallas. These next
hello,
two
Dallas,
teams to
and
grace
hello,
our
world.
stage have each in their own way scoured our world of Counter-Strike for the finest talent they could assemble. But all that talent, it doesn't matter a jot without the hard work to back it up. And so these teams have poured their blood, their sweat, and their tears into their game for this moment, for this stage, to make their way towards this trophy. So Dallas, the question is, today, here, now, whose hard work is going to pay off?
It's been a good journey ever since Ilya came in. We had some very good results, so it hasn't been an easy route to playoffs at this event, and we still managed to do it. Just happy to be in playoffs, and hopefully I can step up my game for the next one.
3 days of hard work for us to reach the playoffs. Right now it feels kind of good. I think everyone is energetic and ready. I think every game we played so far we've been looking really strong, so hopefully we can do a deep run here in Dallas to show everyone that we deserve to be a top 10 team, and we should have deserved to be at the major as well. So hopefully we can prove everyone that.
Really happy to be here. I think Dallas has become one of my favorite events of the year. It would be very cool to have a chance to defend the title and bring some hype in the arena.
Dang. Nacy. Nacy.
This first team comes to the stage with 2 IEM Dallas champions in tow. As they defend their belt, you loved them last year. Well, you love them now. It's Team Falcons.
Team Falcons. O nga pala, winner pala sila last year. Monisit ako si Nico. Winner pala sila.
There ain't no Dallas story like a stand-in story. So let me hear you for GamerLegion.
Natalo ng GamerLegion to 0. Alay ko ah.
Whether you're a prince or a pauper, the favorite or the upstart, the server doesn't care. All that shows is the work you've put in. So now, Dallas, it's time to get excited. It's time to get loud. Let me hear you!
Well, all right, Dallas, Texas. It looks like another playoff match of Counter-Strike is ready to go down in the Big D. That's right, looking at Falcons versus GamerLegion, Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. Josh, what do they need to know?
I think the Falcons' honeymoon's over, and GamerLegion's going to make this one close. Still, Falcons should come out in the end, but Ash has been preparing for this game.
Potentially the last game of the season for GamerLegion, right? You want to leave everything out there on the server. I think compared to last time, they're going to play a little bit more, with a little bit more aggression.
We see players like Rez, he's looking ice cold as he walks out onto the stage. He's going to be the one that we look at for another repeat IEM Oakland, IEM Melbourne now performance. And he's going to be leading the team by example. The rest of his 2 maps on arena stages are going to be looking up to him.
And for Falcons, it's been a rough tournament so far, despite making the playoffs. They haven't played up to the same level that we've seen the last 2 tournaments where they made the grand final. So this is definitely a bounce back game for them. They need to prove to us that it wasn't just a flash in the pan, that they are a legit contender to the likes of Vitality, to the likes of Mouse.
Let's just add into there as well the legendary coaching staff over on the side of Falcons. All the accolades you could possibly ask for as a coach within Counter-Strike. You look at Ash, a young coach trying to vie and be in that same exact area with that same exact accolades on his profile. So you look at that, what do they bring to the table here, you wonder?
Well, right now you're looking at the basically complete opposites. You've got GamerLegion and Ash who are basically training these players to get to that next level, and then basically they get sold off to the better teams, the championship-winning teams. But right now they're sitting here being that gatekeeper between all of the teams basically and the contenders. Whereas on the other side, they're a championship team. They're built to win champions.
And they're the defending champions of IEM Dallas with Nico and Monesi in the lineup. We've heard heard how much it meant for them last year, how great of an atmosphere it was, what an experience, and I'm sure you'll see Nico step up compared to his group stage performance.
Well, it's certainly that time. We are done yapping. I can assure you that. Twitch chat, you guys need to settle down too, because we are ready to blow the roof off this one. Falcons, GamerLegion, Ancient, Nuke, Inferno. Falcons CT side to start over an Ancient. So let's do the damn thing.
Oh, what's up, Dallas? We're back. Another quarterfinal tonight. Falcons, GamerLegions, more Counter-Strike coming at you. I want to get a temperature check. How many of you are sticking your neck out there rooting for the defending champs of Nico and m0NESY? How many of you taking Falcons? All right, now we got the other side of the coin. How are we doing with GamerLegion? Any GamerLegion fans out there in the arena? Beautiful. Well, Dallas, we're happy to be back. This city has been fantastic for Counter-Strike, and this quarterfinal is set to begin.
And what a great story we had last year. Nico and m0NESY returned to the arena where they won just last year. New colors and new goals. The team desire to beat more than any other awaits them in the semifinals. But to book that matchup versus Vitality, they must defeat GamerLegion in the quarterfinals, just like they did in Melbourne.
Yeah, you got to handle business. You got to get some confidence building beneath you as you head into that semi-final match. Pistol round set to go live. GamerLegion, Falcons beginning their title defense with Nico and m0NESY at the helm. CT side start for Falcons. GamerLegion going to be attacking into them on offense. And so we begin.
And so we don't, Jason. As a quick technician to run back to spawn with just a moment longer. We'll do this again.
We're going to try it again.
But for the game, this matchup, we've heard it before. You know, the fact that GamerLegion are coming in, it was their biggest performance as a team back in Melbourne, making it into the quarterfinals, playing on the stage. There was no comparison in the stage experience between the individuals on Falcons versus the individuals on the GamerLegion squad.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. There's no way you can. I mean, but that's also the world that Ash has basically been living in throughout his whole career. He is the guy who picks up these and puts together these crazy lineups of players you don't expect and pulls them into some kind of a cohesive unit that can cause some damage. This is a big ask as well, especially when you put the addition of A-Core into the roster standing in, who had some, I don't know, I thought they were funny words about m0NESY. I was like, yeah, m0NESY is pretty good, so I guess this will be a pretty tough matchup tomorrow. Which is like, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
It's definitely a fair point. m0NESY was blowing our minds in the group stages. Yanko brings up a point before we get into this, that Nico needs to step up on the stage. Expectations are that he will.
Oh, there's no sign at all who the fan favorites are. You mentioned Nico needed to step up. Well, obviously Dallas is going to love it if he's able to do that. Nico and m0NESY getting a little bit of love of the crowd. All right, Dallas, here we go. One more time. Pistol round set to begin right now.
Here we go. A lot of util here for GamerLegion. ZTI picking up a smoke. You've got A-Core with smoke and Flash. Molotov for PR as the squad all gather outside of A main.
Yeah, this is, I mean, look at the map, look at the mini map. There's like 9 players on this side of the map. How often do you see that? Falcons has this completely red, and oh, GamerLegion, I know you have an execute. I know you got utility, but you're in trouble.
Matt just waiting on top of the boost. Tesses behind the big box. Ready to drop some util on the attack. And that grenade lands right in the middle. Great kill to take Magisk off the top of the boost. Here's Tesses though, topples 2. Going back out for a 3rd kill, and Nico's coming in to assist him. It's all slowed down here for GamerLegion, not getting out of A main. A-Core is going to continue to try and fight them into a competitive position, but Falcons put a stop on the A play.
That's what I'm saying. They had no idea what was coming to them when they pulled the trigger on that execute. Way too many players there. Falcons just call for the stack and the pistol. And GamerLegion with the call out of spawn just have no chance at winning it. Great round from Tesses, tons of nade damage, a double kill on top of it with the USP. Been awesome to see Tesses in this lineup. He's been performing very well for the Falcons. I mean, when you obviously look at this team and you're like, well, Nico and m0NESY are going to pop off and do the heavy lifting. But Tesses has probably been the 2nd best player for this team over the past few events.
Which is crazy to think about, because back in the Heroic squad, the one that was going to all the finals at the end of CSGO, Tesses was always the player that was talked about being cut, removed.
Tesses and Shush always flew under the radar, didn't
exactly,
they? Yeah.
And so even in that Heroic squad, we see some good performances with the newer edition before he went to the Falcons squad, and he's obviously elevated his performance even further in their green colors.
Well, GamerLegion decide to back off and save only Glocks for them, as without a bomb plant, without any kills, with the complete domination of Falcons in round 1, they have no desire to invest here, so they'll sit behind the smoke and we'll see this round likely coming to a swift conclusion. We were talking about before this match too, like Falcons mentioned it, the semifinal against Vitality, you obviously cannot look over GamerLegion in the quarterfinals. That's a recipe for death, and I think Zonic at this point in his career is like, we don't do that.
Especially after the last couple of years.
Yeah, well, and now you have to build up a little bit of confidence. Falcons is looking for a really strong win, not just in terms of the scoreline, but in terms of how they feel within the team. It's the communication on point. Is everyone on the same page? Are we all feeling better? We need a solid eye test out of Falcons here that makes it look like that cohesion is really clicking and really hitting a perfect situation.
Well, yeah, you brought up the point that they haven't lost anybody other than Mouse and Vitality since the addition of Monacy. Those are the two best performing squads we've had.
I got spanked by Malzo. That was no mere loss.
That was definitely an embarrassing loss for them. You could see the disheveled nature on their faces after the matchup. But GamerLegion coming in, getting the buyout here for the first time on the T side. AK-47s for all 5. Falcons a bit of a bonus. They'll keep 2 MP9s and FAMAS into this.
Yeah, but because they have some weaker weapons, they're already doing a little bit of trickery. An early round in the 3rd round, push into A main. So Magisk is going to have that position with his FAMAS. Monacy supporting him to get him into the position. And the timing of his next move is going to be everything. He can shrink this map, gather information, and wrap around GamerLegion at will. For now, Falcons need to sit back and just gather intel of where exactly GamerLegion is.
Had a PR stepping into the open. Monacy going to be doing plenty of damage to ZTR. Not so much for that grenade. He realizes the space that he's lost, so he deploys the utility to prevent him getting into the red room.
And GamerLegion really didn't do anything over at the B bomb site. 3 or 4 players there, but they didn't attack into a whole lot. Got stalled out by a smoke and Jaguar, so they're going to reconvene towards the A bomb site. Now, Towson is in trouble. If he dies to this push, Magix has a lot of safety and a lot of ability to be patient.
Monacy's rotated over just in time. Gets out of the 10 ball, but A-Core right between the eyes. And now we've got Magix coming back from A main to try and fight into Donut, but he's also going to deal with the threat of Towson. And so that A bomb site is overrun.
Yeah, needed a little bit of resistance, needed Monacy to survive longer so that crossfire could be appropriately set up, and especially because his death pulls Magisk away from taking down Towson. If Magisk can hold on to A main, they might actually have a stance in this retake. But the kills go against him, and Falcons almost look like they want to line up for a retake.
Yeah, it's not a lot of utility, but they have got 2 kits. Red's going to be taking Kicksand down, Tess's falling, leaving it all on Nico. And 4 players to remove from the site, and he nearly gets away with Turi eventually taken down, and GamerLegion get their 1st round win.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world. A little bit of economic damage. If you're Falcons, you know in the next round you're going to be buying up no matter what. So willing to sacrifice the weapons to take some extra guns away and give that retake a chance at it. 2-1. A-Core, that's a beautiful shot. Oh, that's a nasty way to die. Yeah, and it's good to see A-Core do that as well. The stand-in for their typical opper, Slend, who wasn't able to make the trip out to Dallas. He's had a rough event as well, but in a tough situation of stepping in as the odd man out of a team that already knows what they're all doing. But that's a beautiful shot to get them their 1st round.
Tess's forced into the fight by the Molotov. He's going to be cleared out by ZTR. Advantage siding here with GamerLegion. And some space in mid being taken for PR as well. Cleaves away Monacy. And that's the space for GamerLegion. Looking pretty sharp in the first 2 rounds here as PR, confident to go through the red smoke, will fall at the hand of Nico.
Oh, the nade peeks into the nade, and Towson's there for the cleanup. Man, Falcons in this round just getting battered. Magisk is going to shift back to CT spawn. Kickson passive over at the B bomb site. A 2 versus 4. But no way for them to sync up to really work this round back into their favor. It's going to have to be individual heroics, likely from Kickson.
It would take something special for him to defend this B-bomb site enough for a squad to get back into it. 58 seconds.
They've got nothing to delay. No smoke, no Molotov. And yeah, so Kickson just backing off. They say, okay, well, Magis took a deep angle in towards mid. They saw red room was clear. I'm going to move on over, and we'll just save these weapons for the next round.
I like the energy that GamerLegion have brought into the game, though. You know, pushing into the red smokes, taking the mid fights. It looks confident from GamerLegion.
Back-to-back rounds that they've been able to just delete Monacy out of the server. A-Core's 1 tap, and now PR out in mid just swinging for that donut fight with Monacy standing in front waiting. If they continue with that kind of an impact in middle, and especially that kind of an impact specifically against Monacy, Falcons could be in some trouble. He's far and away their best player. No other player on the team is rated over 1.0 outside of Monacy. It's actually insane. The drop-off of the supporting cast over on Falcons so far in Dallas.
And he's significantly over that 1.0 rating as well. Incredible performance in the group stage from him. And
22-22
wasn't enough for a flawless run.
Well, he mentioned ever since, he said in the interview coming into the match, how nice it's been ever since Ilya joined the team and how much he's appreciated and the good results they've had right out of the gate. Well, since Nico joined Falcons to start the year, Then in 5 playoffs, including Dallas, they've made 4 finals. Yet to see if they can do that here. That's not a bad run just for Nico.
Not bad at all. 1 title so far, and obviously the beast that has taken them down in those best of 5s is Vitality. Not going to be able to play them in the BO5 at this tournament, just with the group stage performance landing them in the same side of the bracket in the quarterfinals. Not a lot here for Falcons. They've only got 2 M4s, the rest on pistols. Should be GamerLegion taking the lead early on here.
And you've put both your rifles, Kixen at the A-bomb site, Magisk with the other over towards Donuts. You have them leaning towards that A-bomb site to be able to contend with mid control and then also fall back afterwards.
Flash into the swing. 3 players come in. Kixen with 1. Not going to be enough here for Falcons to stay competitive in middle as ZTR and PR combine. So Kixen's rifle though, and he realizes they vacated. Oh, Tess very close to a miraculous kill on Rez. It's the dink in the follow-up shot, but not enough to bring down Rez.
No, that would have been a beautiful kill to have as well, because that would have allowed Kixen and m0NESY to actually go for this. But m0NESY without armor now has to slip away back to the A-bomb site. Kixen has to find some safety, trying to keep some space from the push after the bomb plant from GamerLegion. The real snake in the grass is that guy. PR, low HP, but on this little scouting mission, if he finds m0NESY, the rest of GamerLegion could flood over. Oh, PR, Dallas is too good for that. Aren't you, Dallas? You guys are way too smart for that.
Well, now he comes out and PR to go down. m0NESY to take him out.
I'll be honest, Dallas, I expected a little bit more excitement when I told you all that you were smart. Okay, thank you, yes.
That's better.
Yep. 2-2, 3-2 after the bomb goes off for GamerLegion.
Hey, PR, you know, may not have the most arena experience, but he has the idea on what he wants to do. See him wiggling into the walls, seeing what he can get away with. You know, people bring up the point that Rez is back in the playoffs of an IEM in North America, Jason.
I know, it's like the 1970s all over again. It's crazy seeing him here. This is lovely for Rez.
It's in Oakland, though.
I mean, we just talked about the kind of turnaround from Nico joining Falcons, what he's done for this organization in terms of reversing their fortunes in a good way.
Yeah.
Also, same thing with Rez coming into this team, kind of picking this team up and being kind of a fundamental player for this new rebuild that Ash is underway.
Sort of resurrecting his own career as well.
All right, round 6, Snade's out. Quick B play, you're right.
Now PR at the front of the attack, Mac 10 looking to charge in. Kixen though, double kill from the rifle. Tess says back turn, Nico gonna step up. Towson topples 2. And we've got a 3v2 now. Falcons still with the player advantage, and that swing out from Tess says will result in a clutch required from Rez. You're just talking about him and his ability to step up here for GamerLegion. Well, he's got 100 HP and a shot at this. Gonna try and separate them into 1v1 fights. He gets into a smoke duel with Tess, goes back to m0NESY read, and the timing just about favors m0NESY, but then he loses the fight and manages to follow up as the replenishment of troops comes in.
Yeah, really good defense. Okay, so GamerLegion, you might want to note that one down, Ash. That fast-paced play, that change of pace does not pan out whatsoever. Kixen puts a stop to it with a nice double kill. Not going to catch him sleeping at the B bomb site. Those slower rounds of controlling B lane, of taking. Ooh, it's
That's where it all started.
It's back.
1 year later, and we're still saying it. Well, he's looking for the title here this time.
Hey, you guys started a whole thing. They set it out in Australia as well.
It went global. PR already out of elbow. He knows his job today, and Nico's going to try and make it difficult for him. PR taken down, and that space not given to GamerLegion.
That was one of the things that was really hindering Falcons' defense in this little bit of a 3-round run that GamerLegion just went through. Was losing mid consistently. m0NESY lost the fight a couple of times, and GamerLegion was able to exploit it. So a good opening frag from Nico to keep them in control. 3 players waiting in B lane, waiting for utility to fade away. Towson's going to be lurking at elbow. He's also the audible, the plan B. If GamerLegion want to bail out to the A-bomb site, he's going to start taking that space so they have the freedom to do it.
Not going to connect his shot. Tess burning and forced into the cave, and he's going to get caught in an awkward position that allows Rez to equalize. 55 seconds left in the round. Eventually Rez to fall as m0NESY hit from the long peak, but the bomb is bailing out. It's going back into mid. There's an opening on the A site.
Yeah, pulled everyone away for just a moment, but now they're aware. The comms came in. Even m0NESY hustling to A now. This is going to be a really hard take, and now it's smoked off. 40 seconds. You still have options.
You still got to fight your way out of Donut, though. Off running in.
Ako, Magis, matanda na. Oh my God.
Down as well. Falcons, it looked
Whoa.
for them, but suddenly it's all GamerLegion into the final seconds of this round. It's Kixen coming back in alone. A disastrous moment on the A site here for Falcons. And Kicksan looking to pick up the pieces. So many positions to think about here for Kicksan, and he doesn't even get out of the donut. A huge yell for Ash because he knows that's a round that did not look good for GamerLegion.
I mean, let's just say it, they had no business winning it, and I always like to kind of try and help bail out of different situations, but that one is just a kill that has to come out in the way of Magus. That's a completely flubbed frag, probably even a double kill if he gets that first one clean, and it sells that entire defense down the river. But just look at how punishing just that miss can be. Like, they're still in a really strong position, but you miss one shot. You have a man advantage, you have everyone rotating over, you know what's coming, and it all comes crumbling down as soon as one death is taken. Falcons having a tough time getting themselves anchored into this first map.
Skill, bring back Cowboy. Cash, we're ready for you. The Cowboy on my train.
Everyone very excited about Cash.
For good reasons if she's going to cobble on it.
And it's now going to be officially sanctioned by Valve too. Official cobbling. A timeout for Falcons. Not going to be happy about how that last round went down. Not the start they would be hoping for. And, you know, we're coming in to this game talking about Falcons. Wanted to see them get into full force in the quarterfinals. Just remember what happened in Melbourne. It was a very dominant game for Falcons. GamerLegion weren't in the series at all the last time they played in the quarterfinal. A better start from GamerLegion already.
Yeah, it was a complete wipeout, just to reference that. That was IEM 13-4 on Nuke, 13-3 on Train. Both of them wins for Falcons. GamerLegion wasn't even present really in the server. They got beat real quick. So this is a good reversal for them. Having this kind of resistance early on, T-side Ancients, you've broken their economy a couple of times in the early going. You're sitting with a one-round lead with all the advantages. You got to be very happy considering your position if you're GamerLegion and you're Ash right now. Round 8 and out of the timeout, Falcons likely talking about the next gun round because here they don't invest anything. Couple deagles, 5-7 on Kicksin, which we know can do work, but
over 8 AM.
Falcons shouldn't have a chance at this one. Modesty brought down to half HP utility. And GamerLegion spread in a default looking for pushes.
Bagay.
Oh, nice shot from Ruz.
Are easy.
Keeping it clean against Modesty. Pistols
nice
flush with a flash into the face of Acorn. Rez to be overwhelmed, and the 5-7 doesn't get more than just one. Only losing one player in the round for GamerLegion as they now go to 5-3.
Yeah, admirable effort from Falcons with the flash peek. Nicely primed and nicely set up, but the weaponry just not there to take them all down. So now we get a little bit of magic inside the server, because this is the first time we'll see this bad boy brought out. Monacy's picked up his AWP, so in the sense of the AWPing, the game kind of begins right now. Falcons is going to have a new look and a new attitude to it on the CT side, now that Monacy has the AWP out in the field of play.
Yeah, he's going to try and shake off some of the frustrations, because he's been caught a couple of times so far. Just getting one tapped or taken out of a couple of seconds into the round. Gotta feel like he can have more impact with this in his hands. He's going to start towards Donut again and drop back into the A-bomb site. GamerLegion have taken some space already towards Jag. Applying pressure into the cave. About to have a fight down to the bottom of the ramp here. Tesses and Kicksin bringing the fight to them. And through the smoke, Acorn will go. And an upgrade for Tesses into the AK. He's got Kicksin watching his backside as that smoke fades away. But Townsend still able to react in time to get a headshot. But it's Rez with all the distraction to get into the back lines and get himself a double.
Dang, that is so cold. Rez took a big risk, but he's seeing all the attention in B lane. He said, you know what, I'm not going to slow down whatsoever in cave. That is a devastating double kill. And Modesty might even lose the off.
Hey, he's close to PR here. Very close indeed. Modesty starting to back away, trying to secretly get him mid. PR's on the hunt though. Round the back. Modesty about to be detected. AWP gone. Doesn't get a chance to have impact, and it's Rez to step up with an MVP round here for GamerLegion. And we heard him just as he qualified into the playoffs. His post-game interview, he was talking about the fact that he feels like they can beat Falcons today because they look mortal. They don't look unbeatable. They don't look like the same Falcons that immediately started getting big results when Monacy first joined. This is a weaker version of that Falcons squad that we've seen over the last few events.
That's a big difference between, I think, Falcons and Vitality at the moment, and you heard kind of Rops mention it in an interview. The big edge they have over most teams is they have the strongest mentality. Falcons haven't been together long enough to really build that sort of strong mentality. That's what they're in the process of doing right now. So I think Rez is dead on, and that this team, like as strong as they are, as good as they've looked in those best of 5 finals, they've lost to Vitality. Even with the names in the server, They're showing quite a weakness at the moment that can be exploited. And the problem is showing that weakness, you just hear it from Rez. Like, no one's scared of you. They should be, in theory.
But not right now. You got to put that fear into them. At the moment, Falcons have been unable to do that at the start of the CT half at least. 7-3, the most likely outcome for the next minute and 30 seconds. It's great to see Rez willing to make some plays, take some space. He's going to be such an important player today for GamerLegion if they are to pull off this feat.
Easy.
Here's a peek in from ZTR.
Oh, spotted too.
Yeah, but I mean, he wants nothing to do with that fight. He's happy with the stalemate. He's just saying, okay, I don't need anything. Good shot from Tesses. It gives a 5-on-4 over to Falcons. And now if they keep getting picked apart, they got to be really careful. So GamerLegion has grouped up with 3 over towards the A bomb site and got to start probing in and see what they can find.
Well, Magisk does have the rifle here. Odyssey's Deagle will show its might on the first kill on Taliesin. Magisk has found a little bit of sanctuary at the back of the fire here as well. And the rest of the Falcons rotating over. ZTR applying pressure to Kicksand, keeping him pinned on the B bomb site, but it's all about the fight today. PR's cleaning up. A double and yet another from m0NESY, and Falcons have a 3v2, and the 2 remaining Ts are completely separated by the distance of the entire map.
It's all on Kicksand. If ZTR gets this kill, it's opened up. Big frag for Kicksand now, just a core remaining.
And he'll come back through elbow, but m0NESY's Deagle. And there's a little bit of m0NESY magic. A 3K with the Deagle. And Falcons present a difficult round to that of GamerLegion, one that will cause a timeout.
Yeah, those Deagles who are powerful from m0NESY, 1 Deag headshots, but you know what? That's just a star player keeping you alive in this map. That is exactly the kind of performance you needed from m0NESY or Nico. One of those 2 to step up and get you a round win you had no business having. And now you can try and turn the fortunes. Now you can try and use that to build some energy behind it. Because Falcons looking at this like we need the last 2 rounds of this half. 4-6 at the moment. You win a round like that, you get flush with cash. AWP is back out for m0NESY. So a lifeline provided by the newest member of Falcons. And GamerLegion out of this timeout. Gonna try and respond immediately. AWP in the A-Core's hands, 4 AK-47s, plenty of utility. Round 11.
PR going back to his job of taking mid-control via elbow. Rez, look at all that utility damage. 8 HP and bullets to the wood as well. 2 HP left. Nico getting a double kill down elbow. Lays down fire and gives fire. Nico, what are you doing to them? Is there any more?
Ace now, ace.
No one's even seen him. And he goes into the elbow smoke, knows that there can't be more than 3. So he's just going to start flanking around the back as well.
That's the entertainment value out of Falcons we came here to see. We showed up to see. 1 round out of m0NESY, triple kill with the Deagle. Now you got Nico pushing down mid and controlling and winning everything.
Goes back.
Maybe not everything, but close to everything.
He gives them the start. It's on the rest of the squad to close it out now. Minute left. Rez, who took so much damage at the start of the round, still alive somehow and still fighting forward. A 2v3, not completely unrecoverable, but the big issue is the bomb is down at elbow, and Falcons are watching it.
I think we might just get an extended save here. If you look at Rez and A-Core, there's no money. I think Rez might just try and find some safety. So you're going to want these AK-47s because PR can buy himself, ZTR can get something. You might need to drop for Taliesin, but if you lose these 2 AKs, this last round buy is going to be real scut for GamerLegion. So saving is quite important. And Falcons 20 seconds, they still can make the call to go for a hunt, but I think at this stage of the game, they're just like, we have the bomb, let's just secure it. Let's not worry about getting too fancy. They have the money to go for it. But we'll sit at 5-6 going into round 12 to end the opening half of the IEM Dallas quarterfinals, the second one being played. Nice win from Mongols earlier today.
A very nice win from Mongols. Starting to build up some momentum here in Dallas. Another frustrating event exit for Aurora. Been to so many playoffs and yet to really break through to the next level. But that Deagle round from m0NESY just a couple prior has opened up a fantastic opportunity now for Falcons to make this a 6-6 half. And they've got to be very happy with that because it hasn't been the best defensive effort.
No, it hasn't been, but also I think when you see Nico build upon it with a triple kill of his own in the next round, that's what gets you excited that maybe Falcons starting to get a little bit of momentum, starting to build into this. Tons of nades down mid. PR brought low, but
coming out.
It doesn't matter if Nico's blind. He's able to get away safely.
Yeah, Rez now pushing up. Oh,
Whoa.
Tessa is taking a dink on board. Rez going to keep the pressure up, but the smoke comes down, and that will cancel out his play.
A stalemate, and GamerLegion used the call.
Currently, the A bomb site is open. You've got Magic playing in Donut as the quickest responder.
They only have one smoke on the hands of ZTR. Magus has backed into the bomb site, which means the rotation of m0NESY and Kixin, they'll likely have to go through Temple. It feels like Falcons think this might end at B. Everyone's kind of backing off of A. Everyone's here, but playing very deep. Now pushing back into things, and the hit is coming in now.
Magis looking out of the Temple into the site. It's going to be one kill for him and some damage laid down. GamerLegion trying to leap into the bomb site. Magis gets so clean from him. The only defender for a long time, and then from the Temple, it's 3. Kixin stopping ZTR from making any magic happen, and Rez is on the other side. So Falcons will tie it up. It's going to be a strong finish to the half. 5 players up at the moment. Rez going to try and prevent that clean sheet, and he will do so by taking Tesses out. But now they know exactly where he is, and Falcons won't let this one slide.
Nice thing for them is you have 2 big rounds out of m0NESY and Nico to close out this half. You get to go into halftime with a positive attitude, a positive feeling, 3 in a row to tie things up. Falcons, GamerLegion, second half coming up.
Naantok na Lang ka-aksyon Okay lang. Aray ko. Yung ganda. Tara. Ganyan. Roll na natin yan. Konting roll lang. Wait lang. Yan. Konting roll lang. Saglit lang. Or battle tayo, battle. Ito. 1 minute pa, 1 minute. Map tayo. Amin yan. Open na lang. Itong mabilis. Carry gun. Ito tayo kay carry gun. Vitality na lang. Vitality. Sniper, Lurker, RGL. Ito lang. Ganda yan. Ha? Saan? Diyan? Ang battle. Okay na.
Watching them play. They've got their #1 objective, their #1 goal, which is beating Vitality, awaiting them in the next round of the playoffs in the semifinals. First, they have to get through GamerLegion, but it feels like they're so scared of getting upset, so worried about the possibility of losing this one and being eliminated early, that they're playing a little bit within themselves. We'll see if this second half can open up. GamerLegion on the CT side, Falcons going to be attacking into it, and it looks like Falcons going to be running towards the A bomb site.
Magisk has the smoke ready to pop towards CT with the rest of the team. Gather in A main. Red's starting to get the read on it. He's coming back over to Donut.
ZTR is going to hopefully try and grab a headshot through the smoke, just spamming away as they enter in.
Well, that smoke comes up, does detect m0NESY jumping around the corner, and it's going to be Rez taking the first. m0NESY going down. TeSeS to trade it. He'll put the bomb down on default spot. Not going to be denied by A-Core. We got a 4v4 post plan for Falcons to try and work in their favor.
All right, 3 going to be retaking from Donut, A-Core, PR, and Talson. ZTR coming from spawn. There's no kits and there's no utility. This has got to be fast and it's got to be convincing.
Yeah, once Magisk gets this info as well, they're heavy Donut. He can accelerate that flank around the back. Nico spots out players. Kicks going back in towards CT. Now Magisk can start to come in. Coming in through Donut soon. The fighter going down inside of the site though, so he needs to speed up. And PR's got doubles. Nico stepping up with 1. And finally Magisk's flank is the assurance policy that Falcons need.
So well managed by Falcons. That's actually such beautiful protocols that were set up in that moment of calm as their retake got lined up. I mean, they spot the play out in Donut. They swing all 3 of them in Temple immediately to kill the CT spawn player. And then it's like, all right, we got to play together now. We all got to kind of go out, trade each other out of Temple. This is a beautiful kill. Come right on back. Kixon's got a flashbang, sets up the swing. And GamerLegion just had no chance. Had nothing in return, no strength on the retake. 7-6 for Falcons. A second round bye though for GamerLegion's. MP9s and 5.7s picked up. This will be contested.
Mac-10 flying in and flying away with Talson. TeSeS going to continue, not stopping at all. And Falcons keep it clean in the follow-up. Look at that streak of rounds now being built up for Falcons off the back of that m0NESY Deagle triple kill round.
The power of a star player just being able to 180 the way the trajectory of this match. They were getting smashed. That Deagle round reignited Falcons, so yeah, quite a run for them to get this advantage, and nice enough for them. This second round from GamerLegion, all this investment, it does nothing.
Gets nothing,
yeah. It's a waste.
It's going to be frustrating because now you have to go into the next round, and you have nothing to play with either. So we're now looking at 9-6 being stepped up here for Falcons.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, most likely.
TeSeS and Nico going to get away from the bomb. GamerLegion still has some timeouts to burn, so I wonder, I mean, it might be worth calling one early in this half, in the first gun round if you're Ash. And just say, all right, guys, we got to start quick. We can't dig ourselves in a hole in this CT side. It's got to be right now. We'll see if he calls that in the next one. MP9 and 5.7 brought forward by GamerLegion. But Falcons in a position where they could kind of blow this game wide open as soon as that first gun round comes in. I'm not going to lie to you, dying to a jumping Mac-10 is one of my least favorite ways to die, especially the double jump as well on top of everything.
It's not fun, but it's certainly enjoyable to watch, Jason. It's one of the more beautiful kills we'll get to see. And there's plenty of more opportunities for them in this round as well, as Kixon and TeSeS still have Mac-10s against weaker weapons.
This time not together, so not ready to pull the trigger on a hit into the B-bomb site quite yet. It looks like Kixon is going to lead the way with an AK in support of Nico.
Sharwin.
Thought maybe go into cave, but not yet. So it might just be a rinse and repeat at a different timing, but this time GamerLegion is prepared. They've got 2 smokes. A-Core and Talson can block the ramp or block cave. And then you've got 4 defenders here.
GamerLegion, best chance to win the round is with this B stack.
I mean, this is a nice piece of utility to delay this, but Falcons isn't going to be scared. They're just going to say, wait for it, and we'll go after the fact, and look at what happens. Yeah.
Mac-10's making money. 4 kills in quick succession. And the B-bomb site topples in favor of Falcons.
It's always just a matter of time. Well managed from Kixon and Falcons. So with 3-round lead now.
And the second half truly begins for GamerLegion in the next. They've got to put an end to this streak that is starting to build and build for Falcons. They're going to have money. They're going to get the buyout. A-Core is going to have enough for the AWP.
Last time they played this map was back at PGL Bucharest. A 13-7 win for Falcons. Acor gonna try and recover a weapon, but caught in the open. There's that 9th round, so guns come in next. Nico will be able to grab another AK-47. There's a MAC-10 and MP9 still on the side of Falcons. We'll see if they decide to keep those and put them into any kind of a use.
I'm sure a lot of people were hoping to see Liege make the playoffs this weekend. FaZe couldn't find the way.
I mean, I know we're in America, but I think a lot of people were excited to see Simple this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. I think that was the main headline.
Yeah. Oh, we got to get that camera perfectly pointed at Tessus. We got to make him look good.
We always have to have a camera on his keyboard these days. Slight tech issue fixed. Oh, the camera fell. Oh.
All right, yeah, we'll take a moment for that.
I like it, action cam.
Yeah, it's good. And right out of the action cam, we get that timeout from GamerLegion as this first gun round of the second half comes to play. So extended time to chill a little bit. Nice makeup. You look great. Not a lot of time left for GamerLegion to get this started. They have no AWP in this round for Acor. It's all M4s across the board. They're going to be missing a couple kits for some of these defenders. On the Falcon side of things, standing pat, keeping Kixon and Tess is on the SMGs, the MP9 and the MAC-10. So it might not be fast. But when they decide to go, those SMGs are going to be very aggressive.
Isang kilometer. A mile. What's a mile?
It still is a very fair question.
The Dallas crowd is always sus, man. It's always sus. Here we go, round 16 underway. GamerLegion getting a real buy here in the second half, and they didn't go with the AWP. They actually left some extra money in the bank for Acor, and they've gone for 5 rifles.
Keep an eye on where Tessus and Kixon are working together over towards the B bomb site with the SMGs. Gonna move their way through the smoke. There's a line of smokes on the map. As they're traversing across, Magus gets his job to spot out this push, and he's got it. Good headshot. No trade quite yet, but Acor, how much does he want to follow up? Running now, now.
Gun out for Magus, he knows, and Acor realizes that window of opportunity is shut in his face, so he's going to back away and get to safety.
Okay, Kixon and Tess is starting to put some pressure over towards the B bomb site. It's Towson alone, and he's got 1 smoke to utilize. He's got no idea they're this close. He's in trouble.
Towson in trouble, but a double, and he'll be happy with that. He's going to back away, and suddenly GamerLegion with the advantage.
They lined up for him. That's got to be so frustrating. It felt like the perfect read in the scenario. Nico's lurk over towards elbow might be everything. Acor and Rez going to jump up the boxes. Magus, low HP, but looking for this, but not any longer.
Race orange juice.
There's the head of Monacy. Peeking up into the open, low HP. Molotov going to force them off the ledge peek. Nico coming out, gets caught. Acor looks back at the right time. And GamerLegion have 2 low HP Falcons on the other side with no real shot at this.
I don't even know if it matters if you go for it or not. You're not going to win this round with low HP. Neither of them can take a bullet. Monacy stepping forward. Off angle into the corner, and yeah, it's tough. Towson's got another. Magic's going to back away.
This last game na lang to guys, naantok na ako.
If you're GamerLegion here, because this is a round where they lose the opening kill, Acor tries rapidly to try and get back on that A main push, unable to do so. And you see Falcons get to play 5v4 as they get ready to go into the B bomb site.
I still think they made a very good call. I think, unfortunately, the lineup was there, and obviously the fights are a little bit different when you're using the SMGs as well. So, you know, that's GamerLegion with a nice, strong win to get things started. Even Acor can pass his M4 over to PR, pick up an AWP. Oh, heck yeah. Get him in here early. Having the time of his life. A nice Friday afternoon of Counter-Strike.
Fun for all the family. Right now, GamerLegion looking to have a better time in the second half. Towson earns the high 5 from ZTR and Ash.
But now you got 5 AK-47s and you got the AWP on Monacy.
The side of the map, and Acor might just barrel into it.
Magisk actually, like, no joke, has the most important role right now. That's a big kill. AWP taken down. And does GamerLegion want to have a mission to go try and recover it? Rez moving into A main now, so he might get frisky.
Yeah. Magisk has a chance for extra.
Oh! What a rat.
ZTR gets wall-bound by Kixan. Rez now stepping up with the Shadow. The Shadow makes him shoot, and Magisk comes in and secures the headshot. It is brutal for GamerLegion. They lose the opening beat wall, and they go for a straight 4-man save, and then they lose everything bar PR. Oh, it's a disastrous round for GamerLegion just as they were starting to try and build the second half up. Falcons, a super important round at this stage of the game.
What a wild sequence of unfortunate events for GamerLegion. This is a cool call from Falcons. I mean, I have to imagine that's game plan for that first gun round. They probably saw something in the tape. GamerLegion like to take a lot of mid control. Exactly what they did. They heard all the utility. They heard the footsteps over in middle, and call is just like, yeah, go challenge at B. Likely only going to be one person there you can find in a heads-up duel with an AK. GamerLegions get themselves started, but that's a false start at the end of the day. So a little bit more fight, a little bit more battle to get some kind of control in this map.
Live ba siya ngayon? Oh, ni Pixie.
Rez burned out into the open. He's going to cross over to the left side.
Oh, live nga siya, live nga siya.
They know they've got him pinned in that.
I think Kixon probably realizes there's two players as well.
Taps away, looking for the second, but he gets back. It's Nico to take that one. Out from heaven, both kills go the way of Falcons. And GamerLegion a 3v5 hole to try and dig themselves out of. Could A-Core start? Kicksan's waiting. Could this be the third victim, the shadow against the wall? A-Core's going to retreat into spawn.
Monacy's getting a lot of time to peek into the B-bomb site. Hasn't seen anything just
Dapat
yet.
natulog na lang ako dun eh. Bawasan pa ulit ako.
So much time to sit with a two-man advantage. The response with a flash peek in towards Monacy. He's going to miss the shot. ZTR gets one back here for GamerLegion.
Now the timing on that flash peek aggression from GamerLegion was just as the rest of Falcons slipped away. So Monacy unfortunately just had no backup, no one to keep any kind of a space. I don't think GamerLegion can go for this. They might feel like they have to try and see if they can get something to start to stay in this map. But if they lose everything here, it's over. They flirt with the idea, but back away after all. It's Kixon and Nico in middle to secure the opening kills and the round-ending kills. 11-7 now.
You'd imagine Ash thinking about a timeout soon. Getting into the late stages of this game, and Falcons have control of it.
I mean, his first time out in this half got them around. It's just they couldn't string them together. Now you have to.
Ito kailangan pa, no?
Falcon, A-Core, and ZTR survive with weapons.
Falcons pa. Kung tatanga sila,
couple drop guns, and GamerLegion will have another strong buy going into round 19, but that's not the most exciting thing when you realize they've only won a single round.
Falcons versus Vitality bukas. Laban.
Third and final timeout. One last chance for him to relay the game plans that can get them back into it.
The save in the previous round gives them one last shot. You keep the AWP, you give it back to A-Core.
Aray ko. Kailangan magpuyat talaga.
On rifles.
Aray ko.
And MP9 to come out in the mix.
Focus.
But for GamerLegion, this is their last chance on the opening map.
It's their last chance on the map, and I'll tell you what, this map means a lot. I mean, this series means a lot to them. Falcons have been the team that have eliminated them from the quarterfinals back at PGL Bucharest and over at IEM Melbourne just recently. So, I mean, you're looking, if you're GamerLegion, you're like, yeah, we're really going to let them eliminate us 3 times in the quarterfinals?
And GamerLegion also not going to be in attendance at the major in Austin.
Yeah, their final hurrah of the season.
Here comes Nico. Out of elbow,
easy.
Thompson to follow up, and a great start here for GamerLegion.
They
bring the fight to
simula
into a really solid start.
Simula na sila.
They do all that mid pressure, but this time they add a smoke.
Simula na sila. 11 pa lang, hindi pa yan 12 ha.
Fight he had in the first gun round, and it ain't there because GamerLegion is just like, we're not going
to let you do this. 13-11 pa kayo.
And that allows them to get back from mid and then stack up this B bomb site defense towards the end of the round as well. So tough to see a world in which Falcons can even fight into a competitive position from this point. There's the fight for TSS. Revealing the presence of Falcons. Still up towards the top of the ramp. They'll replenish that top ramp smoke. TSS can't respect it this time. Goes right through it. Kicksan's got the pick. Rez trying to double up. PR's beside him. And Monacy now, the last remaining member, retreating back behind the smoke.
Kills are valuable.
And none of them easy. Vision severed by the cloud cover, and
Ayaw
so
mo yan,
Odyssey starts to retreat back behind the door.
Binayaran ka ng 2.5M.
He's going to have a save available to him if he wants. I don't think GamerLegion is
Kaya
going
ka
to be
may
very
2.5M ka para
motivated
hindi ka na
to
magsisave
I think his goal right now with the bomb being dropped, he's like, I don't really have a chance of winning this, so let me go try and find like 1 kill, and I'll probably end up backing away off of that.
Binawi pa, parang si Willie William. Ay, sorry.
No real reason to go and try and find one.
And GamerLegion do it again. I mean, a must-win round, essentially. It's not, you know, going to straight up lose you the map, but put you in such a tough situation to come back into it. And they do it again with 4 players surviving, so they don't get punished in terms of economy. Next round's going to be another strong 5 for them. Not bad from GamerLegion considering the situation they're in.
Yeah, a lot of money though from Falcons. Monacy saving AWP. You've got just under 10K here for Kixan, and as the round ends, he goes over 10K. So plenty of money across the board for Falcons to get a buyout here. But we're looking at another timeout from Ash into another round victory, and Falcons want to call their own.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the problem, though. You need way more than you have timeouts. You need way more rounds than you have timeouts. If you want Ash to win a couple for you.
Galit na lang si
this one, so Zonic on the mic with his team, talking things over, listening in. The winningest coach in Counter-Strike history has had a tough time with this new organization putting things together over the past couple of years. It's been quite a task, and I think a heavier task than he probably anticipated, but this lineup seems to be something he can work with, something he can mold into another group of championship contenders.
He's had a better time over the last 2 months than he has over the last 2 years with his squad, for sure. He's finally got the pieces that he wanted all along. Nico and Monacy now playing under the Falcons banner, and Monacy going straight out of elbow, straight into the opening fight, and it's Monacy to come away with an 8-core down.
Ayaw patalo
And Falcons have the advantage to try and grab map point.
Steel was yapping quite a bit in the pre-match about Monacy's ability to find openings for you.
Yun.
And Monacy's just backed him up with that first kill, but can't convert a second, and now pushing through smoke. All of a sudden, GamerLegion have a man advantage.
Yeah, great response for ZTR to double off. Now Magisk making his A play out of A main. Rez starting to come back. He realizes this is a possibility. This is an opening.
Yeah, Magisk has done it before as well.
Rez not wanting to commit deeper towards the A bomb site. Has to play in donut.
This is nice, though. No one making a move, no one making anything that can let GamerLegion know where they are. Everyone's just tucked in, waiting for it, waiting for the bomb to arrive. And then we'll start seeing them move forward. Now, there's 2 smokes, 2 Molotovs that Falcons can use to plant this bomb safely. Magisk wanted to fight. Gonna force Rez back, has the information. Bomb gonna be planted in the corner safely. And we have a retake at hand. 4 for GamerLegion, 3 for Falcons.
ZTR blinded just as he wanted to go through that CT smoke.
No more utility available for Falcons when these smokes fade. GamerLegion moves forward.
ZTR charging out of tempo. Magisk around the back of the big box. He's got a double kill, and that'll force them back. They have to relinquish this round. Rez is going to fall away. And Falcons up to map point here on Ancient. The opening map of the quarterfinals looks surely like it's going in the way of Falcons.
Ash looks a little bit disappointed too with how all that's played out. Not exactly probably what he wanted to during the timeout that Falcons called. He relayed some ideas and didn't look like it got done quite the way he envisioned. 4-round lead for Falcons, 4 chances to close out Ancient. And look at the teamwork from Falcons as well. The kills across the team are wild. 12 for Monacy, Tessis, Magisk, 13 on Nico. It's Kixan at 16 and 9 to lead the way. But a very good team affair going deep down the roster. And that one hurts if you're GamerLegion. But time to buckle up. Off for A-Core, MP9 for ZTR. You've got rifles otherwise.
The bomb starting to drift back over towards A. A-Core is going to have his scope positioned, looking deep into A main. Hoping that he can peel away a kill. Quickest rotating player available is Rez. So pressure certainly on A-Core's shoulders here. Just one player in A main though at the moment is Magisk. The rest of Falcons combining to take mid control.
Well, they've got it quietly. Now utility, a little bit of a push towards
Siyempre,
the B-bomb
natalo sila
site. Tess
dito.
is under
Mga
pressure from 2
80%
choke
talo
points.
sila.
Mid control for Falcons.
Ito na isa. -1. -2.
Raz opening headshot. Ator follows up. GamerLegion.
Scripted.
Looking good at the
-3.
start of the round, at least on players. Milnesi taking a dink on board.
Aray
He's still
ko.
going to get away
Ay.
with it. He is still going to get away with equalizing kill. And now pressure on Ator.
Oh my God,
Ator.
Ator.
Can the stand-in stand up to keep his team on the map? He looks
Natuhog.
back into the donut. Monesi's waiting, and another one from
Ay,
Monesi's
nag-miss!
mighty AWP.
Nag-miss!
And it's ETR with everything to do. And the inevitability of Monesi delivering impact comes in the final round. It will be Falcons to open up in the opening map of the quarterfinals. This is a squad that are destined to try and get into the semifinals.
Hindi ko na panoorin yung game to guys kasi nuke na rin naman yun.
Away from doing it.
Ay! Kasi tapos sinantok na rin ako. Ay! Ano lang tayo guys? Skin cam na lang tayo. For the last episode. Highlights muna. Wala eh. Yun talaga eh. Parang ka thrill yung yung laro kasi puro slow play. Okay lang din. Trade lang. King Club. Let's go. Isang ano lang. Isang knife pa ulit. Isang knife pa ulit. Ito mga bago. Event. Austin. Battle na lang, battle. So 2v2. Okay, city tayo. Gigi. Aray. Aray. Exclusive mo. Isang exclusive lang, Vlad. GG na to. Exclusive mo. Ito. Exclusive mo. Exclusive mo. Ito. Exclusive mo. Sharing naman yung dalawa eh. 2v2 naman to eh. Uy. Sayang. Exclusive mo. Okay. Exclusive mo. Uy. Uy, 91. Oh. Panalo ata kami. Yun lang, nakakuha lang ni Honor. GG. Aray ko. GG pa bigla. Nalo na dapat eh. Ano, pongit yan. Start, pwede ka mag-start with bot eh. Game. Pabuhat bot. Pabuhat Richie. Richie, pabuhat. Nice one ni Richie. 5 agad. 3. Ish. Richie. Fred. Hello, 4. Oh, talo na naman. Okay. Last. 25. To, last na to. 50. Sharing naman to eh. Oh. Saan may makuhang maganda? Sharing sa 25. Kanyo na guys. O mag-PM kayo sa ano, page namin. May sasagot sa inyo. Para sa Skin Club. Skin Club! Isang exclusive lang sa 50 round. Dalawa. Eagles ah. Exclusive. Exclusive mo. Yo. Pambawi lang. Pambawi lang. Pambawi lang. Exclusive mo. Isa lang. Isa lang. Kahit isa lang. Ayaw ah. Talo guys. Palats. Isa lang. Isa lang Chicken Joy. Talago. Palo lang lagi ah. Si 50 wala. 50. Sa dulo bang tamis? Dami yan. Wala talaga exclusive ah, GG ah. Talo ah. Talo tayo guys. Talo guys. Ayaw talaga bigay sa amin, no? Sharing na nga yun, eh. Wala pa rin. Pachamba-chamba lang talaga. Isa lang. Wala, ayaw talaga. Ayaw talaga. Walang binigay sa amin. 50 case, so wala, oh. Oh. Sharing na yun, sharing. Oh. Wala talagang binigay. Ayop. Oh. Ayaw ko na doon. Mabawi naman. Ito. Ito, pwede to. 2v2. Ano to? Anong case to? Ay, ano lang ako guys. Open na lang ako isang new South Neon. Last na. Game 3, 2, 1. Sabay end live. Bang! Neon Noir. Okay na. Factory new. 33. Basic. Yun lang. Pwede yan. Pwede sa giveaway yan. Uy! Sarap! Okay na. Thank you guys for watching. And di ko na ano yung nyo. Kasi matutulog na ako. Nantok na ako. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Alam mo ba na dalawang click lang nasa laro ka na? Login with Steam at simulan na ang case opening sa Skin Club, ang ultimate CS2 skin case opening platform. With high drop rates, fair play at instant withdrawals, mas madali nang makuha ang dream skins mo. Gusto mo pa ng mas intense? Try case battles at skin upgrades for even bigger wins. Huwag magpahuli, bisitahin ang Skin Club ngayon at gamitin ang aming promo code na FocusFire.